Chapter 236. It was the same dream divination, but this time, Klein saw more scenes. The first scene was still the small, dark, and dirty room, and the sleeping Ian Wright on the bunk bed. The second scene was the sewer that the two of them had gone to at the same time. Ian crouched in front of Zreel's incomplete corpse, reached out to rub the 2 rows of white teeth, and took out one of them. The third scene was a bustling street. The passers-by were dressed in plain clothes, some even old or tattered. There were gardens and lawns in the middle of the street, surrounded by low chimneys that spewed out mist. Ian, who was wearing an old coat and a round hat, looked around warily and entered the telegraph office not far from the middle of the street. Diagonally across from him was the entrance to the steam subway that looked like a shopping mall. The scene quickly faded until it became transparent. Klein opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his index finger, and made a preliminary judgment. From that tooth and the telegram, Zreel and Ian aren't a detective team that accidentally got involved in a dangerous matter. There's an organization behind them. I should be able to determine where the third scene corresponds to. Klein wasn't in a hurry to analyze it in depth, because he didn't want to stay above the gray fog for too long. Leaving the high-back chair belonging to the fool, he came to a corner and rummaged through the paper bag that he had previously sent over to find Massault's Beyonder characteristic. Holding the jelly-like crimson object, Klein sat down again and wrote a new divination statement, the corresponding potion name. As he chanted, he held the Beyonder characteristic in one hand and the piece of paper with the divination statement in the other. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the gray, illusory dream, the ambassador, who was dressed extravagantly and had a thin, bearded face, once again appeared in front of Klein. He held a bottle of crimson liquid and said to Massault, "Drink it. Drink this bottle of hunter potion, and you will be able to dominate the Zmanger gang. Of course, money is also indispensable. Roselle the Great once said that one should have a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other." Hunter? Bakeland is a huge city. Massault frowned slightly and asked in puzzlement. In his illiterate mind, hunters belonged to the wilderness, to animals. The middle-aged ambassador chuckled. The largest city is also the largest dark forest. Here, everyone has 2 identities. One is the prey, the other is the hunter. No matter how weak a hunter is, it's still a hunter. It's possible for it to injure a powerful prey. Go join this grand hunt. The scene shattered, turning into countless shadows. Klein looked down at the crimson Beyonder characteristic in his hand and muttered to himself, "So it's the hunter potion. It's no wonder Massault is so good at fighting. He even used poison blow darts. No wonder he could track me all the way here. However, he doesn't seem to have truly understood the essence of a hunter. He didn't set any traps, didn't use any weapons, and didn't bring out the corresponding strengths. On the one hand, it's because he doesn't know that I'm also a Beyonder, and a Sequence 8 Beyonder at that. He looks down on me. On the other hand, it also means that he hasn't been consuming the potion for long. The hunter pathway is controlled by both the Sauron family, the former Intis royal family, and the Einhorn family, the rulers of the Faceac Empire. It's a secret organization, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, that appeared in the last 200 to 300 years. In addition to his clothing style, the ambassador's identity can almost be confirmed. He's a high-ranking diplomat of the Republic of Intis, an ambassador to the Kingdom of Ruan. I don't know what the important item he wants is. As his thoughts churned, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality and plummeted. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately looked around vigilantly, but he didn't discover any abnormal changes. Phew! Klein exhaled silently. He felt a little more confident about gathering the tarot members on time tomorrow afternoon. He rummaged through the map of Bakeland that he had bought on the steam locomotive and searched for the telegraph office along the subway, one that wasn't far from the middle of the street. There were only a few subway lines in Bakeland, and Klein quickly identified 3 targets. One was in Westborough, one was in St. George Borough, and one was in Eastborough, where Bakeland Bridge intersected. He recalled the attire and social class of most of the pedestrians in the dream and obtained the final answer. The third, where Eastborough and Bakeland Bridge intersected. Sometimes, deciphering a revelation requires a wealth of real knowledge and the corresponding reasoning ability. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and came to the desk. He added another sentence to the statement he had previously written, making the content on the piece of paper richer. I don't know where Ian Wright is. I haven't seen him since I found Zreel's corpse. However, I learned through my own channels that Ian Wright once appeared at the telegraph office on White Rum Street. After he finished writing, Klein didn't fold the paper, nor did he use his spirituality to ignite it. Instead, he allowed it to spread out on the desk and freely display its content. After taking a deep look, Klein returned to the bed, took off his clothes, and went to sleep. Outside the tightly shut curtains, the crimson moon peeked out of the clouds, shining brightly and flawlessly. In a house in Hillston Borough, Furs, who had been sleeping separately from Zio, suddenly sat up, stretched out her hands, and covered her head. Her rather good-looking face was distorted to the extreme, making her look as hideous as a devil's. Furs pressed both sides of her ears and kept rolling on the bed, as if she was resisting the illusory ravings. Beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead, and the veins on the back of her hands protruded. Her body tensed up from time to time, and from time to time, her light blue eyes that had a teasing and languid look were filled with pain. In the depths of her pupils, there seemed to be countless shadows changing and stacking on top of each other. No! Furs finally couldn't hold it in any longer as she let out a deep scream. Her hands stopped covering her ears and turned to pulling at her hair, as if she was fighting the pain with pain. After squirming for a few minutes, Furs finally stopped. She released her hands and looked at the handful of slightly curled brown hair. She weakly gave a self-deprecating laugh. I lied to Zio. I told her that the ravings of every full moon didn't have any negative effects on me. At least, hair loss is a very serious problem. Furs sat up with great difficulty and looked at the curtains that half covered the window. Through the gap, she saw the dreamy crimson moon outside. It's getting worse each time. Will I lose control because of this next time? Furs muttered. She could no longer suppress the weakness that she usually buried deep in her heart. She had tried to separate the bracelet that allowed her to use the spirit world to teleport from her body, but this was no longer enough to make the full moon ravings disappear. She had tried taking tranquilizers and chanting the honorific name of the god of steam and machinery. She had tried some ritualistic magic, but none of them could change the situation of her gradually sliding into the abyss. If only I could understand what the ravings were saying. I wish to die knowing, and not be buried in a muddled state. Perhaps, after advancing to Sequence 8, I'll be able to hear it a little more clearly? However, I've never seen anyone selling the Trickmaster formula. Furs stared out the window in a daze, her eyes dyed red by the moonlight. On Monday morning, Klein, who hadn't slept well, woke up early and got out of bed. He walked to the desk, prepared to pull the curtains and open the window to let in the light and the wind from outside. At this moment, he caught sight of the piece of paper on the desk from the corner of his eye. It was facing the window, still in its original state. However, Klein clearly remembered that before he fell asleep last night, the piece of paper was facing the chair, facing the bed. After a short sleep, it had turned upside down and changed its orientation. Klein's pupils constricted, and he suddenly reached out to pull open the curtains. He saw that the oriel window was still tightly shut, not letting in a single gust of wind. The piece of paper had turned half a circle on its own without any wind. No, someone came in, and I didn't notice it. Klein felt a chill run down his spine to his head. In his sleep, he didn't react to this at all. This meant that he was at the mercy of others, and his life and death depended on the other party's mood and thoughts. Was it a member of the military's special department, or a powerful beyonder sent by the ambassador? From the fact that the piece of paper didn't return to its original state and remained upside down, it's more likely to be the latter. It's a form of warning. To be able to sneak in so silently, it's very impressive. Should I thank him for his kindness? No, why wouldn't he do something that was convenient? There must be a reason. He doesn't want to alarm the members of the military's special department who are monitoring the surroundings? Klein's thoughts surged, and he couldn't help but think of many things. He had written those words last night and spread out the paper on the desk so that someone could see it and let the ambassador know what he wanted to know. He wanted to delay any possible revenge until the matter was over, so that he could have more time to prepare. However, Klein had originally expected that the other party would sneak in while he was out and that the military's special department's surveillance of the house would weaken. Who knew that the other party would be able to bypass the surrounding beyonders and quietly enter the bedroom while he was still asleep? The feeling of having his life and death in the hands of someone else was very uncomfortable. A very powerful beyonder, or a very strange beyonder. Klein turned around with his back to the oriel window and took out a penny. Someone sneaked into this room last night. He silently recited the sentence, and with the cover of his body, he flicked the coin upwards. The coin tumbled and jumped, but it didn't pass Klein's shoulder before falling rapidly into his open palm. This time, the numbers were facing up. This meant that it was a negative. It meant that no one had sneaked into Klein's bedroom last night. The paper wouldn't change directions for no reason. Am I sleepwalking? No, I can even stay awake when Captain invades my dreams. Klein immediately frowned and thought of two possibilities. 1. The divination results were interfered with and misled. Chapter 237. After making a rough guess, Klein wasn't in a hurry to confirm it. He pretended as if nothing had happened and turned the paper around to face him. The information he wrote about Ian Wright was absolutely true. Even if he used divination techniques to confirm it, he would get a positive answer. Therefore, he believed that the ambassador's men would follow this lead and obtain some result. They wouldn't have the motivation or time to take revenge on him for the time being. Similarly, he would continue to spread the paper on the desk and let the monitoring personnel of the special department of the military see it. He would guide them to stop paying attention to himself and shift their focus to Ian Wright's direction, racing against time to find him with the ambassador. This way, Klein would be safer. It feels like I'm walking on a tightrope. Is this the special physique of a clown? He shook his head with a laugh and opened the oriel window to take in some fresh morning air, but the thick, choking smog outside made him silently close the window again. Using an ink bottle to press down the paper with Ian's information, Klein went to the bathroom next door to quickly clean himself up. He then took down the black double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat from the coat rack and went all the way to the first floor. He had an appointment with Lawyer Jurgen for breakfast that day. Pulling out his black silver-inlaid cane from the umbrella rack in the foyer, Klein walked along the edge of the street in the fog where visibility was less than 10 meters. He went all the way to 58 Minsk Street and rang the doorbell of the dark house. As the jingle echoed, the image of a black, blue-eyed cat with a raised tail suddenly appeared in his mind. Brody the black cat walked in a straight line and arrived behind the door. After gathering his strength for 2 seconds, he suddenly leaped up and reached out to grab the doorknob. After that, he inevitably fell, twisted the doorknob with his weight, and opened the door. With a creak, the morning wind blew in, and the door slowly retreated. Brody the black cat gave Klein a haughty look and walked to the side. "What a smart cat," Klein praised the old lady, Doris, who was wearing a white apron. Doris smiled until her wrinkles smoothed out. "It depends on its mood. Most of the time, it will pretend to be stupid, as if it doesn't understand what you're saying. Oh, I've prepared my best bean and turnip soup for you. Eat it with bread." Bean and turnip soup. The name sounds like a dark cuisine. Klein smiled. "I look forward to it. As he spoke, Lawyer Jurgen walked out of the bathroom. Even though he was at home, even though he had just woken up, he was still dressed meticulously. His white shirt was well ironed, his brownish-yellow vest was tight, and the lines of his trousers seemed to have been ironed. "The contract you wanted is ready. Take a look and see if there's anything you've missed." Jurgen swept his blue eyes and went straight to the point without any pleasantries. His brown hair was neatly combed back, and one could clearly see the gloss of his hair oil. "All right." Klein leaned on his cane, took off his hat and coat, and followed Jurgen into the study on the first floor, where he received a thick contract. He stood there and casually flipped through it. The more he read, the more his head hurt. In the end, he only skimmed through the important clauses. "I hope that everything is in place. The clauses that I had previously neglected have also been added. For example, instead of paying Leopard £100 in one go, there will be 3 timings that will be paid in installments according to his progress. The first installment will be £50. Not bad. This way, I don't have to go to Bakelin Bank for the time being and withdraw the remaining £100 from my anonymous account. I can rely on the money I have on me." Klein closed the document and smiled at Jurgen. "I'm very satisfied. Your professionalism is better than I thought." As he spoke, he took out 2 £1 notes that he had prepared earlier. Jurgen took the notes and handed the remaining contracts to Klein. "If there are any mistakes when signing, here are 2 extra copies. Remember to shred the rest of the contract. The current shredder is a hand-operated mechanical shredder." Klein was about to nod when old Madame Doris in the dining room shouted, "Don't worry. Good lads, it's time for breakfast." "My grandmother's hearing is a little impaired," Jurgen explained and gestured for them to enter. Klein followed him into the dining room and saw old Madame Doris ladle out a spoonful of thick, greenish-yellow liquid from the black soup pot and pour it into the corresponding plate. "Here, try it. Bean and turnip soup. This is your bread." Mrs. Doris smiled as she pointed at the suspicious pile of food. Klein glanced at Jurgen and saw that his expression was even more serious than before. His heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to sit down, Klein broke off a piece of white bread, dipped it in the yellowish-green soup, and stuffed it into his mouth with the spirit of an adventurer. He was surprised to find that the taste was quite good. The faint saltiness had a sweetness that stimulated his appetite. It just happened to bring out the soft fragrance of the bread. "My grandmother used to be an excellent chef," Jurgen said casually as he slowly savored his breakfast. "Then why do you have to pull a long face? I really have no appetite watching you eat," Klein silently lampooned as he immersed himself in the relaxation and pleasure brought about by the delicacies. After leaving Jurgen's house, he first took a train and then another to Sirock Street in St. George's Borough, where he reached a formal agreement with Leopard and paid the first £50, with a second £30 to be paid in 2 weeks, depending on the other party's progress. At this point, Klein only had £21 and 8 soldi left. He then returned to Cherwood Borough and went to the public library to flip through the past year's Tussock Times, looking for news related to the Intis ambassador to the Kingdom of Rouen. When it was almost noon, he finally saw a black and white photo of the person and confirmed that it was the one he had seen in his dream divination. Bakerland Jean Mudon. Silently reciting the name of the Republic of Intis's ambassador, Klein walked out of the library and found a small restaurant to have his lunch. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Klein pretended to rest, drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He first divined if the military's special department's surveillance of him was lax and received a positive answer. Then, he wrote down the divination statement he had thought of in the morning, the infiltrator from last night. Leaning back in his chair and silently reciting the statement, Klein's eyes drooped as he fell into a deep sleep. In the illusory, fragmented, and hazy world, his bedroom appeared. At that moment, Klein saw a black shadow squirming at the bottom of the door. A slender, iron-black threadworm burrowed in, its center arching high before flattening out, constantly circulating towards the desk. Its movements were very stiff, as though it had been dismantled into a slow-motion. It had a strange vibe to it. The iron-black threadworm wriggled to the desk and climbed to the top, leaving a path of rapidly evaporating mucus along the way. It stopped in front of the piece of paper with Ian Wright's information written on it. It suddenly raised its head, and the middle part of its body rose up, leaving only its tail supporting its body. At that moment, it looked like a human. After examining it for a while, the iron-black threadworm pushed the piece of paper in a different direction, then it returned the way it came and disappeared. So that's how it is. In other words, it's not that the infiltrator from last night didn't want to take revenge on me, but that he simply didn't have the ability. Unless this iron-black threadworm is highly toxic. Klein nodded in enlightenment and used divination to confirm that the Beyonder controlling the iron-black threadworm was an assignment from Ambassador of Intis, Bakerland Jean Muddon. After doing all of this, he used the gray fog to completely envelop the paper bag in the corner, then sent a message to Sunday. When the pointer of the pocket watch was in place, Klein pulled Justice, the hanging man, and Sun in at the same time. This week's tarot had arrived as scheduled. The familiar gray fog and hazy silhouettes came into view. Audrey, who had successfully advanced to sequence 8, stood up halfway, lifted her skirt slightly, and greeted happily. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man, good afternoon, Mr. Sun." Klein, who had long activated his spirit vision, used the uniqueness above the gray fog to notice that deep within Miss Justice's ether body, the surface of her astral projection had changed again. The uniform color was much purer. Hence, he chuckled and said, "Welcome, our Miss Telepathist." Audrey smiled reservedly, and said a few humble words before turning her head to look across. "Mr. the Hanging Man, it's time for you to submit the 6 pages of your diary for this week. Perhaps Mr. Fool will make some connections after seeing it and tell us some common sense." The corners of her mouth curled up in anticipation. Alger nodded and began to conjure the 6 pages of Roselle's diary with Klein's help. Previously, he had thought of asking the Fool if he should use the sacrificial method to directly submit the remaining diary pages, but seeing that the Fool didn't seem too interested and didn't take the initiative to mention it, he gave up on the idea. And this was in line with his understanding. Roselle's diary pages were of some use to the godlike Mr. Fool, but it wasn't too much. He would collect them, but he wouldn't be in a hurry. The 6 pages of diary pages were quickly completed. Alger was about to present it to the Fool at the end of the long bronze table when he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Fool, I've found some information regarding the secret order." Information wasn't blocked in the vast ocean, but it wasn't timely enough. Those great pirates also valued information. They would often send people to the colonial islands to exchange information they had gathered. It was through this channel that Alger learned about the secret order. "Very good." Klein nodded slightly, indicating for the Hanging Man to continue. He didn't avoid the presence of Miss Justice and Sunday. This would help the former to gather more information about the secret order, while the latter would not understand at all. At the same time, the 6 pages of the diary flashed into his palm. "The Hanging Man," Alger said unhurriedly, "the secret order has a certain connection with the Republic of Intis." Republic of Intis. That's right. Roselle the Great is from Intis. Zeratul found him in Trier, the capital of Intis. The secret order even participated in the famous incident of Intis. Yes, it's not too surprising that the secret order still has some connections with the Republic of Intis to this day. Klein confirmed that the information provided by the Hanging Man was true. Chapter 238. As Klein's understanding of mysticism and the Beyonder domain deepened, and as he gradually experimented with some of the abilities of the space above the gray fog, he no longer felt as guilty as before when facing Justice, the Hanging Man, and the Sun. He no longer wanted to maintain an unfathomable image to prevent the members of the tarot from keenly seeing through his disguise. He now knew that although the deities of this world were powerful and bizarre, they were definitely not omniscient and omnipotent. This description could only be described by the legendary creator who created everything, and only the City of Silver still recited it. Deities had limitations, and deities could also fall into trouble. This was something that Klein could confirm at the moment. Be it the Book of Storms or the Revelation of Evernight, they more or less involved the corresponding content. Therefore, Klein had consciously added a persona in the recent tarot gatherings. He wanted to slowly portray himself as a powerhouse who was close to a deity but was unable to move freely due to a certain reason. This way, even if he occasionally showed that he didn't understand certain matters and occasionally asked for help, it wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the tarot members. Of course, the premise of all of this was that, through his previous attempts and the powerful strength displayed by his adorer, Aztec, he had implanted the image of a deity into the hearts of Justice, the Hanging Man, and the Sun Few. I hope that this portrayal will succeed. That way, I won't have to worry too much about not being able to answer their questions in the future. Of course, I still have to be tense when it comes to things that are considered common sense. I can't show any fear. Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table with his finger and chuckled. I want to issue a mission. Mission? Audrey's ears moved slightly as her eyes widened. She was surprised, expectant, and perturbed. She clearly remembered that this was the first time Mr. Fool had officially issued a mission. Although he had previously made some commissions, they were all paid in advance. It looked like a random collection mission to comply with the principle of equivalent exchange. This time, he used the word promulgation. As a telepathic reader, Audrey was already very good at reading hidden meanings from a few words. At the same time, she keenly discovered that although the Hanging Man didn't seem to have changed, he was actually extremely nervous. As for Sun, he was ignorant and took it as a very normal thing. You can choose to accept it or not. With the help of the clown's powers, Klein made his tone sound rather relaxed. My other blessed has arrived in Bakeland. He wishes to complete something, but it's not convenient for him to appear himself. As for the other blessed, the Hanging Man nodded as though he was in thought. He wasn't surprised at all. In his eyes, it was a tacit fact that a powerful existence at the level of a deity like Mr. Fool had multiple blessed. I wonder what the sequence of Mr. Fool's blessed is. I actually still owe his previous blessed a bounty. Although Mr. Fool's reward was paid by the Hanging Man, and he isn't interested in money, I did pray with the intention of seeking help. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Hurricane was killed by that blessed. His blessed still needs a certain amount of funds. Audrey thought guiltily. Frankly speaking, in her eyes, £30,000 and a large plantation was indeed a huge amount of wealth, but that was all. It wouldn't have an obvious impact on her life. It's good if I have it, but it doesn't matter if I don't. I still feel a little heartache, a little. Audrey nodded to herself sincerely in her heart. As a girl who had yet to reach adulthood, ignoring the large plantation, she actually didn't have absolute control over the remaining £30,000. She could only follow the arrangements of her father, Earl of Hall, and buy some shares of the Bakeland Arms Corporation. She then invested in a company that strived to introduce some ironclad warship technology into the field of commercial ship. In the end, the bounty she received as pocket money was only £5,000. However, her fixed annuity income had increased by at least £2,000 from the original £15,000 to £25,000. Seeing that Justice and the others didn't say a word, Klein issued a mission. What he wants to accomplish is to assassinate the Republic of Intis's ambassador to the Kingdom of Rouen, Bakerland Jean Mudon. Assassinate the Republic of Intis's ambassador? Audrey couldn't control herself as she asked in surprise. This was an act that would cause a dispute between the two countries, or even cause a war. As a qualified noble lady, the first thing that came to her mind was international relations. As for the problem of Mr. Fool not doing it himself, she felt that it was only natural. How could there be an important figure who would always help his subordinates? After the kingdom lost the war on the east coast of Balam, His Majesty the King didn't personally take part in the war. At most, he would change a general and send new troops. Well, it's said that His Majesty the King wanted to take part in the war himself, but he was stopped by the nobles and ministers. The hanging man Alger was only slightly surprised by this mission. His attention was focused on something else. Indeed, Mr. Fool is still unable to deeply interfere with the real world. My guess is correct. I wonder how much influence he can have on us after establishing a connection. Can he easily take our lives? Feeling a little smug, Alger gradually let his thoughts wander. Derek, on the other hand, listened with a blank look in his eyes. What is the Republic of Intis? What's an ambassador? This patchwork of Jotun is very strange. Klein looked around and maintained his relaxed attitude. Which one of you is willing to accept this mission? What kind of reward do you want? I can't convince myself to kill an innocent person for no reason. And this might very well lead to a disaster that stems from war. Audrey, who wanted to raise her hand, hesitated. At this moment, the hanging man chuckled and said, I heard that this Ambassador Bakerland is also the head of intelligence for the Republic of Intis in the kingdom. I heard that this Ambassador Bakerland is also the head of the Intis Republic's intelligence agency in the kingdom. He secretly supported the bloody demonstrations and planned some incidents that damaged the relationship between the nobles and the wealthy. He also spread a lot of rumors to incite the people to oppose the government. He seemed to see Justice's hesitation and described Bakerland's dark side in detail. Then, he added, I'm not sure if this ambassador is a Beyonder, but many clues indicate that he might very well be. He has quite a number of Beyonders around him, Beyonders from the Intis Intelligence Agency. And this department has long been influenced by the original royal family, the Sauron family. They control the early sequences of the Hunter pathway. Besides, whether or not a war will break out between the two countries depends on whether the upper echelons of both sides want to fight. It has nothing to do with the life and death of a diplomat. After the assassination of Roselle the Great, the Intis underwent a few major upheavals before finally maintaining a stable republican system. The Sauron family suffered a cruel blow during the Roselle era, and their strength in all aspects had greatly declined. They could only helplessly accept this reality and change their goal to fighting for seats in the parliament. They also secretly influenced the country's intelligence agency and a small number of troops. After listening to the information provided by the hanging man, the hesitation in Audrey's heart disappeared. She nodded elegantly. In recent years, the Faesac Empire has expanded rapidly. It has successively defeated the kingdom and the Republic of Intis on the east coast of Balam and in the highlands of Stars. As long as the problem is pushed to them, the upper echelons and citizens of the Intis Republic can accept it and be willing to believe it. Audrey didn't know much about politics, but with a father who was a member of Parliament and a hereditary earl, she had still seen and heard a lot of things. Regardless of whether it was to shirk responsibility or to divert internal conflicts, the northern barbarians, who had always been unpopular, were the favorite targets of the nobles and ministers. They were also the easiest targets to use. As for whether it was done by them or not, that wasn't important. Of course, more than 100 years ago, this role was played by the Intis Republic and Roselle. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table with a little apprehension and guilt. Mr. Fool, I can attempt to complete this mission, but I can't guarantee success. On the one hand, she planned to find her father to confirm if Ambassador Bakerland was really the head of the Intis Intelligence Agency. On the other hand, she had no intention of doing it herself. Be it a spectator or a telepathist, They weren't the type who were good at combat. She could only try her best to gather as much information on Ambassador Bakerland in high society before entrusting the mission to him. I can get Zio and Furs to get Mr. A to do it, or find a few other hosts of the Beyonder circles. I can't expose myself. This matter has to be kept secret. Who knows if there might be an Intis intelligence agent lurking in those circles? I wonder how much money I'll have to pay. £5,000 might not be enough. Audrey began to think of her future plans. Klein didn't have extravagant hopes that the Sequence 8 Miss Justice would succeed. He nodded slightly and said, "What do you wish to receive in return?" "The formula for psychiatrist," Audrey blurted out. "Then," she added hesitantly, "as well as the corresponding Beyonder ingredients." This can be discussed after the mission is completed. If I don't succeed, I'll bear the cost myself. I still owe your adorer a bounty." "Bounty? So the bounty has been given to Miss Justice. £10,000, that's £5,000. Shrouded in grey fog, Klein thought for a few seconds about how much Ambassador Bakerland was worth. In the end, he believed that he was definitely more expensive than Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. "Sure," Klein replied in a normal tone. At this moment, the hanging man Alger said, "I'll also accept this mission." "I will also accept this mission. The reward can be determined after the mission is completed." "Didn't you return to the sea?" Audrey asked in surprise. "Just because I'm not in Bakerland doesn't mean that I can't assassinate Ambassador Bakerland," Alger said with a smile without giving a direct explanation. Sun, who was beside him, couldn't join in the conversation. Klein nodded in agreement. "All right." Chapter 239. On the 29th of October, the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, visited me again. He didn't mention anything specific and only casually chatted for a while. I was unable to guess his true intentions. It seemed like he only wanted to strengthen our communication and understanding of each other. Having already met 2 high-sequence Beyonders of the Church, I felt that Zeratul was stronger and more mysterious than them. Therefore, I asked him in passing without much hope, asking him what sequence he was at. In the end, he actually answered me. He said that he was a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker. Sequence 2? In the Church's classification, that's an angel, a level close to that of a deity. As expected, he's stronger than the alchemists and arcane scholars I met before. However, my intuition tells me that Zeratul wasn't telling the whole truth. Sequence 2 might just be his previous position, or perhaps he's about to advance. Miracle Invoker? A master who's good at creating miracles? The name of this potion really makes one's imagination run wild. This is the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer, a miracle invoker who controls fate? I probed Zeratul and asked if the so-called miracles were the miracles of fate? Is the Seer pathway a pathway that gradually understands fate, grasps fate, and controls fate? Zeratul skipped the first question. He told me that fate is only a part of the Seer pathway, and it doesn't even belong to the main body. The pathway that truly represents fate is Monster. He gave a few examples. They were all potion names of the Monster sequence. Sequence 7. Lucky, Sequence 5. Winner, Sequence 2. Prophet, as well as the top of the Sequence 1. Snake of Mercury. This is also known as the Snake of Fate. This is the first Sequence 1 I know of. It hit me right on the mark. According to what I know, the Monster pathway should be controlled by the Life School of Thought. This school of thought also seems to have a portion of the Apothecary pathway. They advocate the 3 divisions of the world of absolute rationality, the world of spirits, and the world of matter. Yes, it's pretty cool. Zeratul told me that the Life School of Thought is good at astrology. They pursue the path of using medicine, music, light, wine, and fragrance to harmonize the soul, eliminating unfavorable astrological signs and unfavorable fate. They believe that disasters and diseases are caused by the imbalance between humans and nature, between humans and their minds. He also added meaningfully that the life school of thought worships the moon. Why worship the moon and not the evernight goddess? This diary took up 2 pages and was obviously copied from the front and back of the original. There's a lot of information. Klein sighed silently from the bottom of his heart. This was also the first time he knew the name of a sequence 1 potion. The Snake of Mercury and the Snake of Fate could easily make people yearn for them. And this is also the first time I've learned of a sequence 2, the corresponding sequence 2 of Seer. The name Miracle Invoker isn't bad. It's rich in meaning and its level isn't low. Of course, compared to Prophet, it feels a little inferior. Fate is only a part of the Seer pathway. It's not even the main body. I have to remember this point and constantly examine myself. I can't stray from Fate, or it might cause me to fail my acting. Zeratl's words have been corroborated, and there's no problem. The monster pathway is the true path of Fate. So a Prophet is a sequence 2. Now that I think about it, I actually knew of a sequence 2 in the past. Although Klein's gaze didn't move away from the paper, he began to seriously consider his own sequence chain. Due to the digestion experience of the Seer and Clown potions, as well as the evolution from prying into Fate and revering Fate to having a slight premonition of Fate, but still feeling helpless against Fate, he gradually equated the core essence of his Beyonder pathway with a deep understanding of Fate. If not for this diary entry, he might very well have used this as a premise to understand and act out the subsequent sequences. As for whether Zeratl was lying or not, Klein was certain that the monster pathway was definitely the Fate sequence. This matched the description he had read from the Nighthawk's internal information, and it also matched the name of the potion, Prophet, that he had long heard of. Since there was a Fate sequence, there was a high chance that the Seer pathway wouldn't overlap with the other pathway. This would result in a certain degree of overlap, and it would be inconsistent with the different characteristics of the various sequences. Therefore, Klein was inclined to believe in Zeratl's words. He was inclined to believe that Fate was only a part of the Seer pathway, and it didn't even belong to the main body. The value of these 2 diary pages is immeasurable to me now. Alchemist and arcane scholar should be high-sequence beyonders of the savant pathway. From Roselle's tone, they definitely don't belong to sequence 2 or 1. That is to say, one is sequence 4, and the other is sequence 3. I'm temporarily unable to determine who is sequence 4 and who is sequence 3. Klein reined in his thoughts, flipped through the diary, and continued reading. As for why the life school of thought only worshipped the moon and not the evernight goddess who symbolized the crimson moon, he wasn't able to think too deeply about it due to the lack of relevant information. The 3rd diary page was Roselle's mental journey of inventing a practical steam engine. He was worried about being suppressed by others, and he was afraid that the results would be snatched away by important figures. His words revealed that he was being persecuted by others. I never expected that Roselle the Great, who thinks of himself as the protagonist of this era, would have such a nervous and worried side. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he flipped to the 4th diary page. April 18th. Matilda is pregnant. This is to be expected. I can even tell you the exact moment of lovemaking, because I felt the decrease in my Beyonder characteristic. Once the pregnancy is successful, my own Beyonder characteristic will follow a mysterious connection and transfer a portion of it to my child. After that, I worriedly asked Archbishop Van Esten. He told me that this is a normal phenomenon. Beyonder characteristics at sequence 7 and below won't be passed down to their descendants, but it's not absolute. Sequence 6 and 5 will naturally pass down a portion, but not much. It won't affect one's strength too much, and that child will be born with certain Beyonder powers that are close to sequence 9. But correspondingly, his pathway will be fixed. At high sequences, the inheritance of Beyonder characteristics is something that can be controlled. One can choose to inherit it or not inherit it. One can also choose to inherit a little, a third, half, or all of it. In other words, the child of a high-sequence Beyonder might be born a Beyonder. As for the sequence, it's up to his father or mother. I wonder if the descendants of deities are the same. After reading this diary entry, there were only two phrases in Klein's mind: Law of Beyonder Characteristics Indestructibility and Law of Beyonder Characteristics Conservation. This is the law of survival for Beyonder creatures? It's no wonder that some magical animals only give birth before they die. It's no wonder that there's a phenomenon of killing and bloodlust after giving birth. The target is of the same species, or even a partner. This is to replenish the Beyonder characteristic. According to this logic, going all the way up, where did the earliest Beyonder characteristics come from? Out of thin air? The creator who created everything? As Miss Justice had advanced to telepathist, Klein controlled the urge to nod and continued reading. The 5th page was Rozelle's Lamentations. He lamented that no one here could appreciate his pop music, and thought that he was making noise. At the same time, he lamented that refreshing literature was a common pursuit of different people in different worlds. The novel that was plagiarized from The Count of Monte Cristo was very popular, allowing the newspaper he founded to flourish. Emperor, is there anything else you haven't done? With a smile, Klein turned to the 6th page, which was also the last page. November 10th. I secretly met with the pirate Savini Solomon at the White Maple Palace. I hoped that he would plunder my opponents on the new sea route and attack the ships of Fasak, Rouen, and Fainapotter. And I promised to help him advance to a high-sequence Beyonder. The potion names of the Beyonder pathway of the Dark Emperor are as strange as the Demonis pathway. Corruption, chaos, depravity, disorder. However, in order to echo the Dark Emperor, they added suffixes on their own. Baron of Corruption, Mentor of Chaos, Earl of the Fallen, Prince of Disorder. In order for Savini to live up to his name in the future, I decided to secretly confer him the title of Court Earl. Savini has a child named Nast Solomon. My intuition tells me that he will dominate the 5 seas in the future. Nast Solomon. King of the 5 seas, Nast? The one who claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire, Nast? He was actually born during Rozelle's time. Klein was stunned. As Rozelle had mentioned the term, new sea route, Klein easily determined the corresponding year. The discovery of the new sea route and the southern continent happened in 1194, and the assassination of Rozelle happened in 1198. The diary entry could only be between the two. That also meant that it was 151 to 155 years ago. If the king of the 5 seas, Nast Solomon, is really the Nast Solomon that Rozelle mentioned, then he's almost 160 years old. Is this due to some other reason, or is it because high-sequence Beyonders receive an extended lifespan to begin with? Klein thought and thought. Restraining his speculations, he made the diary disappear from his hand and looked at Justice and the others. You can trade or communicate freely now. Mr. Fool doesn't have any general knowledge to tell us today. Audrey felt a little disappointed. She turned her eyes and looked at Sun diagonally across her. Can I exchange information related to dragons from you? She clearly remembered that Mr. Sun had referred to the spectator pathway as the dragon pathway and indicated that it originated from the dragons. Yes, I wish to obtain the sequence 8 potion formula of the Bard pathway. Derek, who had been silent all this while, replied hesitantly. Chapter 240. Audrey wasn't surprised by Sun's request. Since the City of Silver had popularized the acting method, he should be nearing the end of his digestion. Seeking the subsequent potion formula would definitely be one of the highest priorities. I wonder how I'm going to act as a bard? Sing poetry every day? Hide to the side when encountering a battle, and use my singing to bring courage and strength to my companions? Or should I bless myself first, then charge forward with my hammer and sword? I wonder if this will improve my singing ability. If it does, I'll definitely be an outstanding singer or opera actress. Audrey thought with interest. She deliberately didn't express her stance to show that she was in a difficult position. She didn't want Sun to raise the price at the last minute. This wasn't something she had been taught at home, nor was it something she had learned at Beyonder gatherings. It was purely a technique she had figured out herself after advancing to telepathist. I will find the corresponding sequence 8 potion formula for the barred pathway for you as soon as possible, but not today. Can you accept it? Audrey said after some deliberation. She then looked at the end of the long ancient table. We can get Mr. Fool to bear witness. At this moment Klein smiled. Miss Justice, perhaps I can help you pay for the light supplement formula. Audrey's eyes immediately lit up. She nodded slightly. No problem. Then, what should I use to exchange for it? I haven't thought about it yet. Klein chuckled. There's no rush. Perhaps my blessed will need help in the future. The problem he was considering was very simple. If Miss Justice were to obtain the light supplement potion formula from her circle of Beyonders, then wouldn't the knowledge he had obtained from the eternal blazing sun, which he had paid the price of nearly being burnt to a crisp, go to waste? At the very least, it wouldn't be of any use in the tarot. All right, I'll do my best to help them. Audrey promised happily. Klein pressed his hand down, and a yellowish-brown goatskin parchment appeared in front of him. On it was the formula of the light supplement potion. It included alternative ingredients and ancient names, and all of them were translated into Jotun. Main ingredients: 1 radiant stone or dazzling soul powder, mirror hedgehog's blood or lava troll's heart. Supplementary ingredients: 1 golden-edged sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice with a gentle push. The parchment appeared in front of Sunday. Although he knew that even if he completely forgot it, he could still recall it by praying to Mr. Fool, Derek still recited the formula seriously. After a while, he said, Miss Justice, we can discuss matters regarding dragons. Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation. Audrey quickly raised her hand. She had originally thought that Sun would instantiate the corresponding content on paper for her to read, but that wouldn't be convenient for her to raise questions. She would have to write it down and push it back to Sun, making communication extremely complicated. Private conversation? In a real private conversation, you probably won't understand what Sun is saying. It's the same for Sun. Klein nodded in a calm tone. All right. In the circle of Beyonders, Hermes was a knowledge that had to be mastered. Ancient Hermes was one of the more popular content that could be learned. Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish were relatively rare, and few understood them. Before he finished his sentence, Klein blocked the hanging man, preventing him from seeing or hearing him. Alger was interested in the information regarding dragons, but it wasn't to the point where he was willing to pay the price to listen in. Therefore, he maintained his silence and waited quietly. Seeing that Mr. Fool had gestured for them to begin the conversation, Sun fell silent for a few seconds, organized his words and said, The dragons are the archenemies of the Giant King's court. The dragons are the mortal enemies of the Giant King's court. They look like enlarged lizards, and their bodies are covered in scales of different colors. Their limbs are thick and powerful, and their wings are wide enough to propel their huge bodies into flight. They are the rulers of the sky. Some of them have flaming breaths, some can control lightning, some can bring about corrosion, and some can create frost. However, these aren't the mainstream of the dragons. The most numerous dragons are the Dragon of the Mind, represented by Dragon King Anquel. The Beyonder pathway that originates from the Dragon of the Mind is the Spectator pathway. In the City of Silver, we usually call it the Dragon pathway. For such transactions, Derek had initially planned on using the history textbooks from his general education class. However, after discovering that Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and himself didn't seem to be in the same world, he gradually realized the value of the commonly seen history in the City of Silver. Therefore, he only mentioned dragons this time, and didn't mention anything about giants, elves, mutants, phoenixes, vampires, and other relevant information. Dragon King Ankwelt. This is consistent with the records in the church's canon. Audrey nodded slightly and politely didn't interrupt Son's explanation. Derek recalled the textbook. At that time, the strongest and most terrifying of the dragons was the Dragon King Ankwelt. He was also known as the Dragon of Imagination. Other than that, his son, Alzahad, was also a famous powerhouse who shrouded the sky and overlooked the land and the sea. He was known as the Dragon of Nightmare. Regarding the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, there's a legend that the objects it imagines will definitely appear. The kingdom it imagines will definitely descend upon the physical world. The future it declares will definitely play out and become a reality. This. Klein, who was listening by the side, suddenly frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that Audrey was focused on listening to Son, she would definitely have noticed his abnormality, even through the thick gray fog. The description just now made him think of sealed artifact 0-08. The declared future will definitely play out. The characteristics are somewhat consistent. Klein leaned back in his chair, looking more relaxed, but in fact, he was even more focused. The Dragon of Imagination is very cool. This is the performance of a deity. Audrey's eyes lit up as she listened. She was excited and filled with anticipation. Derek paused for a few seconds before continuing. Its son, the Dragon of Nightmare, Alzahad, is equally terrifying. Its son, the Dragon of Nightmare, Alzahad, is equally terrifying. It can control the minds of every living creature and make them act according to its will. These creatures find it difficult to detect, believing that it is their true thoughts. It can also weave real nightmares in reality, making many living creatures unconsciously join in, and then give them the cruelest and most horrifying ending. Legend has it that it especially loves pranks. It will make a prince kiss a princess awake, but the awakened princess will already be mostly rotten. It will make girls from ordinary families wear dancing shoes and dance in front of the prince, but they won't be able to stop until they die. It will create all kinds of coincidences, turning the fates of many creatures into tragedies. All kinds of coincidences. This sounds more like sealed artifact 0-08. Of course, I don't know much about that sealed artifact. Klein resisted the urge to reach out and rub his chin, making himself look like an ancient well. What an evil dragon! However, its powers are very interesting, Audrey said, half sighing and half excited. This is the future of the spectator pathway? No, I have to call it the dragon pathway. I don't want to switch to another sequence. Audrey wished she could immediately become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist and continue advancing rapidly. Sun replied sincerely, "It's been 2,000 to 3,000 years since the history of the dragons and the giants. It has been 2,000 to 3,000 years since the history of the giant dragons and the giant kings. Everything I know comes from textbooks and legends. I can't guarantee that it's true. At least your history isn't lost." Audrey consoled him in a good mood. What happened after that? After that? The Lord that created everything awakened. The Dragon of Imagination and the Dragon of Nightmare, and other famous dragons fell from the sky and lost everything, including their lives. This prevented the sun from shining on the land for 49 days, causing countless volcanoes to erupt and floods to flood the land. From then on, the dragons declined and could only retreat to various dangerous places. After that, the giant king's court was destroyed by the Lord, Derek recounted with a heavy tone. This is different from the history I know. Didn't the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom lead humans to defeat the dragons and giants, killing their kings? Audrey was confused as she felt that time and space were somewhat misaligned with history. Klein was also filled with doubts about this. He felt that the real history was filled with mysteries, especially the history of the Second Epoch, which was even more ancient than ancient history. Most of the myths and legends recorded in the church's canon are likely fake, but the history passed down in the City of Silver can't be completely trusted. What would the real history be like? He reined in his thoughts and smiled. Are you done with your exchange? That's all I know, Sun replied guiltily. He felt that the information he provided didn't match the value of the light supplement potion formula. Audrey took a deep breath and curled the corners of her mouth. I'm very satisfied. I know the direction of the future, she happily added in her heart. After the few members conversed for a while, Klein announced the end of this week's tarot. After sending Miss Justice and the others off, he didn't stay for long and quickly returned to his bedroom to reduce the risk of being discovered. Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey paced back and forth happily, planning to reward Susie with a few dog snacks. At that moment, she heard someone knock on the door. From the footsteps and the corresponding rhythm, she recognized it to be her personal maid, Annie. Come in. Audrey looked into the mirror, tidied her hair, and straightened her back. Annie came in with a piece of paper and smiled. Miss, your telegram is from the southern continent. Southern continent? Alfred? Audrey suddenly thought of her brother and happily took the paper. She focused her eyes and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a telegram sent by her second brother, Alfred Hall, from the east coast of the southern continent's Balam Empire. On it was written, "Found the rainbow salamander you want. There are 2 of them. Please wait to receive them." But I don't need them anymore. Audrey was dumbfounded. She blinked and suddenly turned her head to look at Susie. Chapter 241. All right, although I don't need it anymore, I can give it to Susie. I can use it to exchange for other Beyonder ingredients. Susie's potion is still lacking the spinal fluid of a Farsman rabbit. There are some things that I can leave to Susie. It's much more convenient than doing it myself. Every great detective needs a good assistant. Yes. Audrey quickly made a decision. To her, this wasn't something she particularly cared about. After putting down the telegram, her joy subsided, and the worries of reality gradually emerged. I still owe Mr. Fool information on the secret order, the mission to assassinate the ambassador of Intis, and a request from his adorer. I finally understand what it feels like to be burdened with a heavy debt. Audrey, we can't delay any longer. Let's begin. The girl quietly clenched her fists, planning to find a pen and paper to write a letter to Viscount Glaint. She wanted him to arrange for her to meet with Zio and Furs as soon as possible and entrust the matter to them. She picked up the fountain pen and dipped it in ink. Audrey suddenly stopped writing on her wrist. She had just thought of a very critical problem, and that was that she knew very little about the ambassador of Intis, Bakerland. Under such circumstances, it was easy to misjudge the difficulty. Either she couldn't find someone willing to accept the mission, or she would entrust it to an unsuitable person, causing the mission to face failure at the very beginning. As for the price of inflating herself, that wasn't what she was concerned about. She believed that Mr. Fool's reward would be even better and more helpful to her. After pondering for a moment, Audrey turned to the maid, Annie. Tell Countess Kalia that I accept the invitation and will be on time for her ball tomorrow night. Kalia was the wife of Count Wolf, and her upcoming ball had invited ambassadors from various countries to Rouen, including Bakerland Jean Mudon. Audrey had originally wanted to use her illness as an excuse to reject the invitation, but now she was filled with interest for the ball. After observing Ambassador Bakerland and gathering enough information, she would meet Zio and Furs. Audrey suddenly felt the excitement of participating in a major event and beginning her dream of an adventurous life. The capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam. After returning to the real world, Alger Wilson changed into a set of flashy clothes from the Republic of Intis. He entered the alley from the back door of the hotel and took a detour through a few streets. He stopped in front of a house without a garden or lawn, took out a common white hard-shell mask, and put it on his face. Then, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. There were 3 heavy knocks and 2 light knocks, with 2 long and 2 short intervals. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A man with a pirate bandana poked his head out and quickly looked around. "Come in." The man stepped aside and said in a deep voice. Alger didn't say anything and quietly walked into the house. Clang! The door suddenly closed. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein opened the curtains and sat at his desk. The information given to him by the hanging man from the secret order allowed him to know that the target was likely related to the Republic of Intis. At the same time, he recalled how the hanging man had described the Antigonus family, strange and terrifying. Last night, the beyonder who used the iron-black nematode to sneak into my room, peeked at the information, and left a warning was indeed a little strange. The sequence chain that the Antigonus family controls is the seer pathway of the secret order, so the two can be equated. In other words, I can make a guess that the beyonder from last night was a member of the secret order, a spy for the Republic of Intis? Or perhaps he doesn't belong to the secret order, but obtained the corresponding formula and potion through the connection between the Republic of Intis and the secret order? Klein began to make bold assumptions and carefully seek confirmation. This can explain why my clown premonition didn't work when the strange iron-black nematode invaded. This stems from the suppression of a high-sequence beyonder of the same pathway. Of course, there's also the reason why the iron-black nematode didn't pose any real threat to me. Similarly, it can also explain why an iron-black threadworm infiltrated my room that very night after I finished writing the report on Ian Wright. Furthermore, it went straight for my desk. The other party has the powers of a seer, which makes the matter sufficiently logical. After repeated deliberation, Klein felt that his guess was very likely close to the truth. If it's really a high-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway, what sequence is he, and what's the name of the potion? To be able to control the iron-black nematode, could it be another powerhouse of the circus, a beast-tamer? Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating and amused manner. Perhaps my subsequent potion formulas will be obtained from him. Is this the true meaning of the revelation I received from my divination? Bakeland is really a land of hope, Klein muttered to himself and began to consider what to do next. He had already entrusted the mission of assassinating the Intis ambassador, Bakerland, to completely eliminate any latent dangers. He had to avoid arousing suspicion, and he didn't have the ability to do so. After leaking Ian Wright's whereabouts to both parties, he believed that Ambassador Bakerland wouldn't have the time to seek revenge on him in the short term, nor would he cause any additional trouble. Finding the item he spoke of was obviously the thing he was most concerned about. In other words, before that item is found, I'm safe. There's no need to be in a hurry to hire a powerful beyonder bodyguard. Yes, even if there's any subsequent retaliation, the ambassador won't be able to hire a high-sequence beyonder to deal with me. It's neither economical nor necessary. After all, Bakeland isn't his home turf. The greatest possibility is that I'll hand it over to the beyonder who used the iron-black nematode to sneak into my room last night. He's at least a sequence 7, or even a sequence 6 or 5. He has sufficient strength and is familiar with the situation. When the time comes, I'll just hire a bodyguard according to this standard. I hope that before that, the ambassador will never be able to give any orders. Klein looked out the window at the fog that had finally dissipated, seemingly in a daze. He decided to continue going to the Brave tonight. Firstly, it was to use Caspers to make contact with other beyonders and build a foundation for choosing a suitable bodyguard. Secondly, it was to find an opportunity to sell Masalt's beyonder characteristic and raise some funds. Thirdly, it was to see if anyone was selling powerful mystical items to increase his strength. This was a plan that would never go out of date. After making up his mind, Klein pretended to be leisurely flipping through the newspapers. He waited until the sky turned dark before slowly getting up and making himself tomato oxtail soup. After having his fill, He drew the bedroom curtains as usual and decided not to open them for the night. Following that, he summoned himself and responded to himself, becoming a special spirit body. He moved the Aztec copper whistle above the gray fog, Masalt's beyonder characteristic, self-made charms, various materials and tarot cards back to the real world, leaving behind only a few items like the blood-stained contract. After doing all of this and equipping himself with the corresponding items, Klein's strength returned to its peak, and he once again became half a mysticism expert. After adjusting his collar, he took his hat and cane and left 15 Minsk Street, Iron Gate Street inside the Brave. Klein, who had exchanged a glass of beer for information, found Kaspers in a card room. He was playing Fight Evil while betting on a particular boxer outside. He was having a rather good time. This familiar environment reminded Klein of the last time he met Merrick, who was playing Texas with more than 10 zombies. He was suddenly glad that he hadn't brought Aztec's copper whistle. If I had brought the copper whistle that Mr. Aztec gave me back then, I reckon Merrick's zombies would have rebelled on the spot and warmly entertained me. I wonder what his expression would have been like. Klein stood by the door and nodded at Kaspers Kalinin. Kaspers covered his cards and cursed. He got up, walked to the door, and said in a low voice, "I'll take you to a place. Although the people there aren't as good as Merrick, they're rather powerful. As for whether you can make a deal, it has nothing to do with me. However, I have to warn you in advance not to anger them, or you might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, it won't be easy to see the sun in Bakeland after September. Do I need to pay you?" Klein asked sincerely. Kaspers nodded in satisfaction. £2. That's enough to buy a revolver at a weapons store. Although they'll price it at £3, they can basically bargain it down to about £2. Klein mumbled and gave Kaspers 2 £1 note. Kaspers turned around and said to his mahjong friends. He then led Klein and limped to the bar's kitchen. From there, they entered the alley at the back and circled around to a house that was dimly lit. He took out an iron mask that could only cover half his face and handed it to Klein with a chuckle. He chuckled and said, "I'll take it as you bought it for £2. I can buy a lot of them for £2. Klein wore the iron mask and deliberately messed up his hair. Seeing that he was ready, Kaspers knocked on the door rhythmically. 7 or 8 seconds later, a small wooden panel on the door was suddenly pulled open, revealing a brown eye behind it. After being scrutinized for a while, Klein finally saw the door open. A man wearing an iron mask stood there and handed Klein a hooded robe. He said to Kaspers with a hoarse voice, "Remember to tell me ahead of time next time. Otherwise, humph." He closed the door, turned around, and led Klein through the dark living room into the living room on the first floor. There was a lit candle on the coffee table. The faint yellow light illuminated the entire room. There were about 10 people sitting on the sofa and chairs around the coffee table. They were all dressed in hooded robes and iron-colored masks. After putting on his robe, Klein quietly found a chair in the corner and sat down. He heard a chubby man grumble. He heard a chubby man complain, "Recently, there's been a group of wild beasts in the sewers. They've eaten a lot of the herbs I planted." Chapter 242. He's good at concocting potions, treating illnesses, and growing quite a number of herbs in the sewers. Is he an apothecary? I wonder if he's a member of the life school of thought or a believer of Earth Mother. Of course, it's more likely to be wild. Klein listened thoughtfully and did not speak carelessly. In the kingdom of Ruan, because the Church of the Storm rejected the eternal blazing sun, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Combat were incompatible, only Earth Mother obtained the right to proselytize. However, under the tacit suppression of the 3 churches, they only had a few churches with pitifully few believers. They didn't even need to form a Beyonder squad, and even if they did, they wouldn't be recognized by the government and wouldn't be able to cooperate with the police. They were considered illegal armed forces. According to the Nighthawk's internal records, The Church of Earth Mother controlled the planter and apothecary sequence pathways. However, the latter didn't seem to be complete. The hood of the man suspected to be the apothecary was pulled back, revealing his iron-black mask. However, the mask only covered the area above the bridge of his nose, making the fat on his cheeks clearly visible as if they were trembling. I repeat, I need someone to help me clean up the new beasts that have appeared in the sewers. You only need to clean up the Bakeland Bridge area. I will pay you with 4 bottles of precious medicine. 2 of them can effectively stop the bleeding and promote the healing of the wound. Trust me, this is much better than going to the clinic for suturing. It will be effective for 6 months. The man who was suspected to be the apothecary stated his request and the corresponding conditions. He suddenly chuckled and continued describing. The other 2 bottles have an expiry date of 1.5 months. It can allow a man to regain the impulses he had when he was 17 or 18 years old, turning him into a beyonder in bed. You know what I mean. Even if it exceeds the expiry date, it will still produce an effect. However, it will spread from there to the entire body. The user will become abnormally violent, and their strength, speed, and agility will increase greatly. They will enter a state of weakness after half an hour. Why does he look like an old military doctor who sticks advertisements on telephone poles? And he's even shamelessly promoting expired medicine. Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. After saying that, the suspected apothecary saw that the activity room was silent. No one spoke, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "You're the apothecary. On top of the 4 precious potions, I'll add an additional 30 pounds. Finally, a man sitting on the edge of the sofa spoke. He looked around and said in a low voice, "I accept this commission. Pay 2 bottles of medicine in advance, 1 of each type. Mr. Eye of Wisdom will be the witness." "No problem." An old man on a single-seater sofa nodded. The wrinkles on his cheeks were deep, his skin was slightly shriveled, and his voice sounded old. From this, Klein could tell that he was not a young man. "All right." The suspected apothecary heaved a sigh of relief. After the deal was made, the gathering seemed to liven up a little. Soon, a woman whose face was completely covered by the shadow of a hood said, "I want to sell 2 weapons." "Weapons?" Klein adjusted his sitting posture and became even more focused. For the time being, he was unable to level up. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only start with external objects. One is a runic steel sword, created by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. It has purification and exorcism effects. It's the nemesis of water ghosts, vengeful spirits, living corpses, and other undead creatures. It can be used for another 3 years. Of course, its sharpness is enough to kill. The woman's voice alternated between high and low, clearly concealing her characteristics. 500 pounds, or the formula of Sequence 8 Barbarian, and you can have it. So expensive. For me, there's no reason I have to obtain it. If I really encounter an undead creature that I can't deal with at the moment, blowing the copper whistle is a better solution. Even if I don't find Mr. Aztec, just that messenger alone should be able to deter many undead creatures. Klein shook his head inwardly as he listened to the woman introduce the second weapon. Meat saw knife. It has an intricate mechanical structure and can be transformed. It's easy to carry around. This is a weapon for combat. It's made by an outstanding craftsman and is rare. 25 pounds. The price difference between a weapon with Beyonder effects and a similar one without such effects is really huge. Klein watched from the side until the runic steel sword was bought by a gloomy man in another corner, and the meat saw knife became Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection. Some of the subsequent transactions were successful, while others were unsuccessful. The only thing that Klein was interested in was the fortune accessory, a Beyonder item that could increase one's fortune for 3 months. However, this wasn't his main goal, and the price wasn't good either. Seeing that the scene had returned to silence, he slowly exhaled and suppressed his voice. I want to sell an item. After attracting everyone's attention, he took out an iron cigar case and pushed out the dark red Beyonder characteristic that resembled jelly. Without needing to organize his words, he introduced it, having already prepared a script in his mind. This is something I obtained from a corpse. I don't know what it does, but I find it magical. Perhaps anyone here knows it? Klein deliberately didn't mention that it was a Beyonder characteristic, nor did he mention that the dark red jelly in his hand could replace the main ingredient of the hunter potion. This involved the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility, and he didn't want to benefit the members of this Beyonder gathering. In addition, Klein still had the intention of probing to see if anyone here knew about the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility. Such a fellow was definitely stronger than the others, or perhaps he had a stronger background, making him suitable for bodyguard missions. At the same time, he continued pretending to be an ordinary person who didn't know much about the Beyonder circle. Although the members of the gathering here couldn't see through the iron mask and see his face clearly, Kaspers Kalinin knew what he looked like, and many people in the activity room likely knew this black market arms dealer. Be careful and cautious were the words that Klein had been emphasizing to himself before and after he left the house today. Gazes scrutinized the dark red object in his hand, but Klein wasn't a spectator, so he couldn't tell what it meant. After more than 10 seconds, no one spoke. The activity room was as quiet as a cemetery. At this moment, Eye of Wisdom, who was sitting on the single-seater sofa, coughed and said, I roughly know what it is and what it does, but knowledge needs to be exchanged for something. I'll pay £400. Trust me, this is a fair price. Of course, you have the right to refuse. The main ingredient of a Sequence 9 potion is about £150 to £200. A total of 2 are needed, which adds up to about £400. The price given is very reasonable. This old gentleman with the code name Eye of Wisdom seems to recognize that it belongs to the hunter sequence. He doesn't need divination to recognize it directly. Could he be a Sequence 7 appraiser of the savant pathway? Klein thought for a moment. Deal. But, sir, you don't have to pay in a hurry. I have another request. What commission? Eye of Wisdom asked in an old voice. Klein deliberated and said, It's like this. I offended according to your circle, it should be a Sequence 6, maybe a Sequence 5 guy. I want to hire a bodyguard. Sequence 6, maybe 5? Why don't you just die in peace? If we have reached this level, why do we still need to participate in such small gatherings? The man suspected to be the apothecary blurted out. There was a hint of mockery in his surprise. Although the other members of the gathering didn't say a word, from the fact that no one accepted the mission, their thoughts were similar to the man suspected to be the apothecary. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, Perhaps you don't know enough about our circle. Perhaps you don't know enough about our circle. Sequence 6 or 5 are extremely powerful and terrifying figures. Yes, there have been many cases of Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s killing powerhouses of this level, but that's an experience that's difficult to replicate. I believe no one here is willing to take the huge risk to protect you. If we can confirm that the other party is only Sequence 6 and doesn't have the corresponding mystical item, perhaps someone will challenge this mission. All right, I can't be sure. Klein threw up his hands and said, Then I can only work hard to save myself. What can £400 buy? The mystical item you were talking about? Believe me, a mystical item that can be bought with £400 definitely won't be able to deal with your enemy. It might even bring you additional danger. I suggest that you apologize to the other party, sincerely apologize. Perhaps £400 can buy his understanding, Eye of Wisdom advised sincerely. Frankly speaking, I've considered it, but I don't think they will accept it. Klein was about to answer when the man who had accepted the mission of clearing the sewers suddenly laughed. Perhaps you can take a gamble. I have a mystical item here. I'll sell it to you for £400. It can allow you to hear the voice of a great existence. If you're lucky and decipher useful information from it, you will become very powerful. Protecting yourself will no longer be a problem. Well, if you're unlucky and decipher a curse, or if you can't, you will be injured or even die. Do you want to take a gamble? Before he could finish his sentence, Eye of Wisdom growled, "Black Snake, don't mention that ominous item of yours." Black Snake chuckled and said, "I didn't lie. I didn't violate the rules here. I told him the pros and cons and let him choose for himself. Well, the probability of deciphering useful information is about 10%. Do you want to take a gamble?" Russian roulette in the Beyonder world. Hearing the voice of a great existence. This is the Aurora Orders listener, right? An item left behind after the secret's suppliants corresponding sequence 8 listener lost control? Klein looked at Black Snake, who was suspected to be a member of the Aurora Order, and thought of many things. Maybe I can take a gamble? No, it can't be called a gamble, because I want to bring this item above the gray fog before using it. I can already bring real items above the gray fog. This way, I can avoid harm to the greatest extent. However, this is only the relic of a sequence 8 Beyonder, so the corresponding gains might not be that good. £400 isn't cheap. As his thoughts raced, Klein nodded solemnly. Chapter 243. The atmosphere in the activity room, illuminated by only a single candle, was as silent as if it had frozen. A few seconds later, the man who was suspected to be the apothecary mumbled, "Why didn't you leave your address? That way I can still get something from your corpse. It looks like a curse, but it's actually an exhortation." Klein pretended not to understand and looked at Black Snake. "If I don't gamble, I won't have a chance of living. If I gamble, there's at least a sliver of hope. I won't sit here and wait for death to descend upon me." Upon hearing this, Eye of Wisdom, who was about to speak, shut his mouth because he couldn't provide any other hope. "I really admire your character." Black Snake laughed. "I also admire it very much. I used to have a few friends with such personalities. Now I go to their tombstones every year to place a bouquet of flowers." The man suspected to be apothecary echoed, but he was actually exhorting in a low voice. He didn't care that Black Snake was better at fighting than him and said whatever he wanted. Mr. Apothecary must have suffered because of his temper. Klein secretly thanked him. He handed the iron cigar case containing the Hunter Beyonder characteristic to the attendant who had let him in and watched him walk to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman counted out £400 in cash from the suitcase beside him and got the attendant to give it to Black Snake. Black Snake casually glanced at it and said, "I believe in Mr. Eye of Wisdom." He took out a small wooden box from his chest, bent down, and placed it on the ground. With a forceful push, the item slid in front of Klein without passing through the attendant. As soon as Klein's fingers touched the surface of the box, he immediately felt a slight auditory hallucination, causing him to feel dizzy due to the violent jolt. To him, this wasn't something unacceptable. It wasn't even comparable to the illusory voices brought about by the prayers of justice and the others. After sitting up straight again, Klein carefully opened the wooden box and saw an ear inside. The ear looked real, but the skin was black, and there were a few spots where it was rotting and green. "How should I use it?" Klein asked. Black Snake replied casually, "Holding it without gloves is equivalent to using it. Holding it without gloves is the same as using it. You'd better go home and try it when you're alone." Klein didn't ask any more questions. He closed the box and put it in his pocket. "It makes me feel dizzy." After a brief silence, the man suspected to be apothecary suddenly shouted, "I want to buy marrow crystals from the Spring of the Elves. Who has them?" His voice reverberated, but no one answered. Apothecary smacked his lips and mumbled, "Really, every time I ask there's no answer." "Maybe you can book a ticket to Sonia Island," Eye of Wisdom quipped with a smile. The Spring of the Elves was also known as the Sonia Golden Spring. From its name, one could tell where it came from. The water of the spring of the elves was common and was an item rich in spirituality. As for the marrow crystals, they were considered beyonder ingredients and weren't easily bought. After that, a few more transactions failed at the gathering. Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's call it a day. As usual, we'll leave one by one, 3 minutes apart from each other." One by one. 3 minutes apart from each other. Are they afraid that someone will follow or even rob the other members of the gathering? Klein received a notification from Eye of Wisdom and stood up. Under the guidance of an attendant, he left the activity room and came to the door. He took off his hooded robe and returned it to the other party. Then, he followed the path he remembered and returned to the Braves' back door. Then, he took off his iron mask and walked through the kitchen. Amidst the barking of dogs and howling of humans, he saw Caspers standing outside the card room. "I'm very relieved that you're back." The red-nosed elder clearly heaved a sigh of relief. The hideous wound on his face seemed to tremble. Klein leaned over and lowered his voice. "Will there be another gathering like this in the future? It looks like you didn't get what you wanted. Holy Lord of Storms, I don't think you need to waste any more time." Caspers glanced at the troublesome customer and said, "Maybe in a few days. I'm not sure about the details. Let's see if you can make it in time." Klein nodded and asked, "What's the matter? Is Merrick around? Are you trying to convince him?" "No, that will only anger him," Caspers warned in a deep voice. "He's in the card room behind you." "No, I don't plan on convincing him. I want to stay as far away from him as possible to prevent his zombies from rebelling." Klein touched the Aztec copper whistle in his pocket and said, "I understand." He immediately left the Brave and went to the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough before returning to Minsk Street. In the card room, Merrick used up all his chips and confidently flipped his hand over. He had 3 kings and a pair of 9s. The zombie opposite him had a pair of 6s and an 8. Suddenly, the zombie took the initiative to reveal his trump card, a pair of 6s. This round, 4 6s to win. The pale Merrick was stunned. He immediately felt the gazes of all the zombies around him coldly staring at him. A few minutes later, he left the card room with weak footsteps, almost falling at the door. The subordinates who usually surrounded him collapsed on the ground inside the room. "Don't let anyone in before midnight," Merrick instructed hoarsely as he looked at the stunned Caspers. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. It was quickly stained with a dark blue color with a tinge of red. After receiving an affirmative answer from Caspers, Merrick found a random chair and sat down. He asked for a bucket of Southville beer and drank it in a daze for a long time. 15 Minsk Street. Klein washed up and returned to his room, drawing the curtains. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and confirming that there were no spiritual points of light around him, he began to summon himself and respond to himself. He brought the black ear and the wooden box into the mysterious space above the gray fog. The illusory crimson stars dotted the bottom without any twinkle. Klein sat at the end of the long ancient table and opened the wooden box. This time, he didn't have auditory hallucinations, nor did he feel dizzy. The boundless gray fog seemed to isolate all sounds from the outside world. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He had more confidence in his subsequent attempts, in terms of safety. With a thought, he shielded his hearing and did a few experiments to confirm the effects. "Not bad." Klein nodded in satisfaction. He reached out and grabbed the rotting black ear. A cold and slippery sensation entered his brain. He didn't hear the voice of the great existence described by the black snake. "It's completely isolated? This won't do. Just using it won't do." Klein muttered to himself in puzzlement as he thought of a way to stimulate the effects. 10 seconds later, he conjured a pen and paper, planning to imitate the process of spying on the eternal blazing Sunday. "Back then, I used divine blood to look directly at the eternal blazing Sunday. This time, I'm only using an item left behind by a listener. It definitely won't be that dangerous. Klein confidently wrote a divination statement. The source of this item. He took a deep breath, held the black ear, leaned back, and silently recited the divination statement. After 7 times, his eyes darkened as he fell into a deep slumber. In the blurry, shattered, and gray world, Klein saw a man struggling on the ground. He was rolling and screaming, his eyes protruding out as his body swelled up like a balloon. Countless strands of hair had turned black and long. Right on the heels of that, an extremely evil and filthy voice entered Klein's ears, instantly waking him up. It was different from the ravings and roars he had before entering the mysterious space above the gray fog. This voice was more penetrative, purposeful, and proactive. Klein covered his ears to isolate the follow-up, but the voice still echoed in his mind. He saw his blood vessels and veins protruding out, as though they had turned into thick, squirming venomous snakes. Bang! His blood vessels burst open as veins detached from his body, spreading outwards to form slippery tentacles filled with evil patterns. The gray fog shook slightly, causing the palace that looked like a giant's residence to show signs of corrosion. Unlike the eternal blazing sun, Klein still had some rationality left and didn't roll on the ground. He gripped the handrail tightly and endured it bitterly. After a few seconds, the shaking gray fog calmed down, and the evil voice echoing in Klein's mind completely calmed down. The tentacles fell to the ground, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Dealing with a deity is really a dangerous thing, no matter what method is used. Thankfully, I didn't face the true creator this time. Otherwise, some of the madness and loss of control would likely remain and affect my body in the real world. Klein weakly leaned back in his chair as he silently mocked himself. Such a process was basically within his expectations, and it didn't go beyond his control. The only thing that surprised him was that the true creator seemed to be slightly stronger than the eternal blazing sun. Just as Klein's thoughts were about to wander, he saw the black ear in his palm suddenly collapse, turning into tiny, light black dots of light. Returning to a pure beyonder characteristic? Amidst his puzzlement, Klein saw the twitching tentacles with evil patterns on them from the corner of his eye. It was the madness and loss of control that had been stripped from his body. These tentacles gradually turned transparent and were about to disappear. Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he scattered the tiny, light black dots of light in his palm onto the slippery tentacles. An illusory black gas rose up, turning into a sky with lightning constantly streaking across it. The background was extremely dense and gloomy. All of this quickly disappeared from Klein's eyes as an iron-black charm with many symbols, magic labels, sinister patterns, and distorted spirit numbers appeared on the ground. Klein bent down to pick it up and felt as though a crazed person was sealed within it. With the help of divination, he barely managed to decipher the use of the charm from the revelation. It was to let the opponent hear a terrifying roar and infect them with madness. As for the final outcome, it depended on the target's resistance in this aspect. If they were strong, they might obtain benefits, but the price was to become a devout believer of the true creator. If they were weak, they would collapse on the spot and die screaming. Chapter 244. On Tuesday morning, Klein, who had woken up naturally, prepared 2 pieces of toast, a piece of butter, a serving of bacon, and a cup of coffee. He leisurely read the newspaper as he had his breakfast. With the terrifying language of foulness charm, he felt a lot more at ease. He was no longer as tense as before. Whoosh! Klein finished flipping through the Bakelin Post and picked up the Tussock Times. He saw a piece of news on the second page. At 2:00 in the morning today, there was an intense gunfight in East Borough's Red Brick Alley. According to the police, it may have involved a conflict between 2 gangs. One of them is the infamous Smanger Gang. Smanger Gang. East Borough's Red Brick Alley. Klein suddenly had an idea. He left the dining table and found a map of Bakelin. With a glance, he discovered that Red Brick Alley wasn't far from White Rum Street. And Ian Wright had once appeared at the telegraph office on White Rum Street. Red Brick Alley is where Ian Wright is hiding? The intense conflict was between the military's special department and the Intis Society's intelligence personnel? I wonder what the outcome will be. Klein forked the last piece of bacon, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. He had told both parties about the situation he had divined yesterday morning, and they had locked onto Ian's location that very night. They were quite efficient. After taking a sip of coffee, Klein put down the newspaper and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ringing, echoing incessantly. Who is it? Klein wiped his mouth with a napkin and walked to the door in puzzlement. Could it be a new commission? I've been running around for the past few days because of the Intis ambassadors matter. I don't know how many commissions I've missed and how many potential clients I've lost. It's a complete waste of my advertising money. If this continues, my finances will be stretched. Klein thought of many things as he reached out to open the door. Two ladies stood outside. One was Mrs. Sammer, dressed rather formally in a morning gown. Her face was exquisitely made up, and she looked even more dainty than she did at home. She did not look at all like she was in her 30s. The other wore a wide-brimmed hat with black gauze, and her dress was darker and puffier. Detective Moriarty, I have a friend who wishes to receive your help. Stellan Sammer held her veil hat in her hand, her blue eyes without a hint of a smile. Please come in. Klein pointed at the living room and took the opportunity to fasten the top button of his shirt and straighten his black vest. Stellan nodded slightly and didn't say another word. She led the lady with the black veil into the room. She was very familiar with the place. Without Klein's reminder, she easily found the sofa and sat down. Klein was about to ask a question, but thinking of Stellan Sammer's style, he asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Coffee or tea?" In his eyes, Mrs. Sammer was a lady who sought quality of life and displayed a sense of superiority. There's no need. The other lady took off her wide-brimmed hat with a black gauze. Her facial features looked good on their own, but when put together, they were disappointing. In addition, her cheekbones were too high, making her look much older than her actual age. A bit of anger, a bit of sadness, a bit of hesitation, a bit of fear. Klein read the lady's emotions. It wasn't that he suddenly had the ability to attract a spectator, but that she was making it too obvious. That's right. Neither coffee nor black tea can solve the problem. Stellan mimicked the posture in the magazine and tried her best to make herself look more elegant. This is Mrs. Mary Gale. She's a shareholder of the coin company. Mrs. Gale, what would you like to entrust me with? Klein sat on the single-seater sofa, leaned forward slightly, and rested his arms on his thighs. Don't call me Mrs. Gale. Just call me Mary. Mary Gale pursed her lips and said, I wish for you to tail my husband and confirm if he has a mistress. It's best if you can obtain concrete evidence. Due to the years of active promotion by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Kingdom of Rouen marriage laws were more radical than countries like Faisac, Intis, and Lemberg. It stipulated that those who betrayed their marriage had to pay a monetary price. In other words, they were at an absolute disadvantage when it came to the division of property. I heard that at least 4 out of 10 private detectives' commissions are to investigate extramarital affairs. I never expected to encounter one. Klein deliberated and said, Concrete evidence isn't easy to obtain. Concrete evidence isn't easy to obtain. I'll lend you the latest portable camera, Mary answered without hesitation. As long as you can obtain the evidence, I'll pay you £10. If it's just to confirm if he has a mistress, you'll only get £3. Are you referring to the so-called portable camera that's 2/3 the size of my head? £10, that's not a low price. Klein had been paying attention to entrepreneurship recently, so he had some understanding of the latest cameras. He hesitated for 2 seconds. All right. But you have to provide detailed information on your husband, as well as his activities. No problem. Mary was stunned for a second before she mustered all her strength and said, "Thank you for your help. I hope you won't tell anyone about this," Stellan exhorted. Upon hearing this, Klein immediately sighed. "I'm a person who has a lot of principles of confidentiality. I often get into trouble because of this." In the hall of Count Wolf's house, men and women were dancing to the melody played by violins. Audrey was holding a glass of pale golden champagne when she, coincidentally, bumped into the Republic of Intis's ambassador to Rouen, Bakerland Jean Mudon. "You're the most beautiful lady I've ever seen." Bakerland, whose face was thin and had some stubble on it, politely kissed the back of Audrey's white-gloved hand. His gaze was passionate and bold. Audrey's eyes darted around as she chuckled. "Is this the way people with Intis speak?" "Yes, we're never stingy with our praise for beautiful things." Bakerland chuckled. "If it weren't for the culture of the Kingdom of Rouen, I might have called you my angel." "Old pervert." Audrey maintained her elegant smile. "The people of Rouen and Intis are indeed different. This reminds me of a joke. Please allow me to be presumptuous." Bakerland squinted his eyes and said, "After spending a beautiful moment with a beautiful lady, most Rouen men will say, 'Oh, darling, I want a cigarette,' while most Intis men will say—" He deliberately paused. Audrey tilted her head slightly, endured the nausea, and pretended to be ignorant. "What will they say?" "Most Intis men will say, 'Oh, darling, I have to go back. I can't be discovered by my wife.'" Bakerland raised his glass and smiled. "People who can laugh at themselves always have an extra charm." Audrey smiled politely. Her beautiful, crystalline green eyes suddenly looked behind Ambassador Bakerland. "Sorry, a friend is looking for me. It's been a pleasure chatting with you." Bakerland bowed and moved to the side. Audrey walked forward with graceful steps, never once looking back. Just as she was considering who to use as an excuse, a young gentleman came over and warned her in a low voice, "Audrey, don't be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland. He's an old lecher. Who knows how many ladies he's tricked into sleeping with him." "Bakerland is lustful? This is consistent with my observations. This is a weakness." Audrey turned her eyes and smiled, not hiding her disdain. "Cance, do you have some misunderstanding about me?" "Goddess, how could I be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland? His perfume makes me want to vomit. His words are so filthy, and his taste is like a male peacock." Cance was Viscount Leerson's youngest son, and his family had a good relationship with the Hall family. According to Audrey's understanding, after Cance graduated from Tingen University, he joined MI9 and became mysterious. Her original plan was to chat with Ambassador Bakerland for a while and observe him up close. Then, she would use her anger at him as an excuse to ask Cance and other friends who had stepped into the intelligence world for more information. To her surprise, Cance Leerson came over himself without her looking for him and took the initiative to start a relevant topic. "Your feelings aren't wrong." Cance revealed a heartfelt smile, looked around and whispered, "Besides, Bakerland is a very dangerous guy." "How dangerous is it?" Audrey asked curiously in response. "You've heard of Beyonders, right?" "I know you've always been interested in this area," Cance said after some deliberation. Audrey nodded lightly. "I know quite a lot, most of it was told to me by Glaint." Cance looked at Bakerland, who was chatting with an upper-class lady, and said with a heavy expression, "He's the head of intelligence for Intis in the kingdom. He's the head of Intis's intelligence agency in the kingdom. He's done quite a number of bad deeds, but we've never obtained any useful evidence. He's a Sequence 6 conspirer." He didn't go into too much detail with Audrey, who was an outsider. He didn't mention that conspirer belonged to the Hunter pathway. However, Audrey was already aware of this. She pretended to be naive and sighed. "He's really impressive. He has a secret assistant who might have reached Sequence 5. In addition, all the intelligence personnel for Intis in the kingdom are under his management, and there are quite a few Beyonders among them. Unfortunately, we only have a few at the moment. Kant's briefly mentioned, even if Bakerland praises you, don't be happy. This isn't his true thoughts. He just wants to use this opportunity to obtain more information. I don't like hearing that. Audrey looked up at the gorgeous chandelier and thought for a few seconds. Is Bakerland smart? You've never obtained any evidence against him. He's indeed good at plotting conspiracies, but he also has quite a few problems. He likes to chase after women, likes the feeling of romance, takes risks, and is rather radical. If it weren't for his identity as an ambassador preventing us from carrying out many of our operations, he would have long been arrested. Kent curled his lips and said, however, he'll be replaced soon, very soon. Why? Audrey asked in surprise. My dear beautiful lady, this isn't something you should know. Kant insisted on the principle of confidentiality. Chapter 245. Wednesday morning, Sherwood Borough, opposite the Coin Company. Klein sat on a long wooden bench outside the Gardley department store. He held a paper bag in one hand, which contained the most famous Exion's Desi pies in the area, and a cup of sweet iced tea in the other. Beside him, a homeless man was curled up on the other side of the bench, sleeping. However, he was woken up by the mall's security staff 10 minutes later and chased away. Klein wore gold-rimmed glasses with mediocre lenses and a half-top hat. He looked no different from most of the gentlemen walking around. He leisurely looked at the Coin Company across the road, raised his right hand, and took a big bite of the Exion's Desi pies. He felt the rich meaty juices and a lingering aftertaste. The reason why these pies from Desi Bay could stand out among the many pies in the South was because they were generous in using fat and oil. However, they were chopped into small pieces, so the fat and lean meat were mixed together without being greasy. The rich meaty juices soaked into the outer crust, neutralizing the dryness and making up for the flaws, allowing the wheat fragrance to be clearly displayed. As for the small pieces of apple, it stimulated one's appetite with a slightly sour and sweet taste, dissolving the oily taste. It's all right. Although Bakerland's weather isn't good and it's heavily polluted, it's far better than Tianjin in other aspects. Different cuisines from different places can be found. All kinds of operas and plays can be seen as long as one isn't afraid of spending money. Although one might not necessarily eat or watch them, at least one has the right to choose. That's the benefit of a metropolis. Klein raised his cup of sweet iced tea and took a comfortable sip. His gaze never left the Coin Company's entrance. For the sake of the £10, he had been sitting there since 8. He had bought his breakfast on the way. Of course, for most private detectives, earning £10 from a single commission was definitely an enviable business. It was equivalent to about 3 weeks of a typical middle-class person's salary. According to the information provided by Mary Gale, her husband was currently the first manager of the Coin Company and was Luke Sammer's superior. However, the shares they held in the Coin Company came from Mary's father and were inherited by her. One of the immediate reasons she suspected her husband of having a mistress was that an employee in the company had told her that Duragu Gale left the office alone every Wednesday and Friday morning and did not return until the afternoon. Also, he left work early 2 days a week, and Mary had never seen her husband step into the house before 7 o'clock. After breakfast, Klein waited for more than an hour before he finally saw his target walk out of the Coin Company. He wore a black top hat, a double-breasted coat, and a standard bow tie. He was slightly plump, with light yellow sideburns, slightly brown eyes, and a slightly long face. Duragu Gale. Klein repeated the target's name in his mind. He stood up, picked up his cane and the heavy portable camera, and walked to the other side. Duragu did not let his coachman pick him up. He stood by the roadside and looked around for a rental carriage. Seizing this opportunity, Klein crossed the road and came to his side. He pretended to be careless and bumped into him. Sorry, I'm looking for the way. Klein lowered his head and apologized. Duragu immediately frowned, but he maintained his silence and waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Klein hurriedly bowed and walked towards the end of the street. When he bumped into Daragu, it wasn't to steal his belongings so that he could use the dowsing rod technique to easily follow him. It would be too easy to be discovered. At the instant of the collision, Klein only did one thing. It was to take out the spare button of his double-breasted coat and, with the agility of a clown, secretly stuff it into one of the target's decorative pockets. After turning the corner, he stopped and looked back, just in time to see Daragu board a rental carriage. Klein was in no hurry to follow him. He waited patiently for a few minutes before slowly boarding another carriage and said to the coachman, "Follow my instructions. Follow my directions. Go to the end of this street first." "All right." The coachman didn't ask why. Inside the carriage, Klein propped himself up with his cane and began divining. However, his divination statement didn't point to Daragu Gale. Instead, it became, "the whereabouts of the spare button of my coat." The dowsing rod technique's original and most practical use was to search for items. Only a seer could use it to search for people. This time, Klein restored it to its original form. And the most convenient and easiest item to find was the type of item that belonged to him. Along the way, Klein constantly got the coachman to adjust the direction and finally arrived at a house facing the street in Hillston Borough. When he circled around, he noticed that there was a garden and lawn behind the house. It was different from the typical house. His dowsing rod told him that Daragu Gale was in the house. After paying the fare of 2 soldi, Klein walked to the door with the marble statue and saw 2 men in black and white checkered uniforms that seemed to be imitating the police. "I don't know you. Where's your proof of membership?" One of them, a brownish-skinned man of southern continent descent, reached out his hand to stop Klein. "Proof of membership?" Klein hid the heavy camera behind him and asked with a frown. The brownish-skinned man immediately straightened his face. "This is the Quelag Club. Only our members and guests brought by members can enter. Only one person." Klein grunted in acknowledgement. "Then how do I join your club?" "You can only join if you obtain the recommendation of 2 members. The brownish-skinned man didn't roughly chase him away. Instead, he patiently answered the other party's question. He couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't join the club immediately. "All right." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to use Plan B. He found a hotel near the Quelag Club and asked for a short 4-hour stay. Then, he locked the door, drew the curtains, and went above the gray fog, conjuring a yellowish-brown goatskin and a fountain pen in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Klein wrote down the same divination statement as before. "The whereabouts of the spare button of my coat." This time, it wasn't dowsing rod divination, but dream divination. The reason why he didn't do it in the outside world was that Klein felt that the so-called Quelag Club looked rather high-end. He suspected that there might be relatively powerful beyonders inside, so in order to not waste time, he decided to do it all at once. In the gray world of dreams, Klein first saw Daragu's black woolen coat. It was hanging on a coat rack, and in front of it was a round table on a carpet. The scene stretched out, and a tumbling man and woman entered Klein's eyes. The man was Daragu Gale, and the woman was blonde and relatively young, in her early 20s at most. Her pained expression with her brows furrowed is rather charming. "Why do I always have to see such a scene?" Klein covered his eyes and woke up. It should be confirmed that Daragu has a mistress. But how do I get concrete evidence? By responding to a prayer? But this is limited to obtaining it myself. I can only rely on sketching and not a camera. I can't possibly draw a picture with my bare hands, right? It looks like I can't do it today. I'll follow that woman later and find out her address and name. I don't believe that they always meet in the Quelag Club. Detective Klein quickly came up with an idea. Just as he was about to leave the mysterious space above the gray fog, he suddenly thought of something else. Should he do another divination to confirm if the iron-black threadworm that had infiltrated his room was being controlled by a beyonder of the seer pathway? He hadn't done so previously because he felt that the corresponding information was too lacking. It would be difficult to create something out of nothing, and the divination would definitely fail. It was the same even above the gray fog. In addition, the previous few times he entered, he had been busy and had no time to care about other problems, so he hadn't bothered with it. But now, since he had nothing to do, it wasn't like he would die from a divination. As for whether there was any risk in contacting Aztec, he had long divined that the answer was yes. There was a risk, and it wasn't small. It could only be used as a last resort. After writing the corresponding divination statement, Klein undid the silver chain in his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang above the paper. The iron-black threadworm that infiltrated my room was being controlled by a beyonder of the seer pathway. After reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise. It was fast and had a large amplitude. Yes. The answer is yes. Shouldn't it fail? Klein didn't expect to receive such an answer. According to his instincts as a seer, such a divination had a high chance of failure. Why? He frowned and thought for a while. He decided to change the divination method and target. He wanted to directly divine the manipulator, using dream divination. This time, Klein didn't see anything in his dream, so he was unable to obtain the corresponding revelation from the beyonder of the seer pathway. That's more like it, he muttered. He turned back to look at the divination from before and fell into deep thought. It's likely that the divination failed due to the lack of conditions, just like the previous time. Could it be that this mysterious space has filled in the necessary conditions? It contains something from the seer pathway? Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he came up with a bold idea. Perhaps the mysterious space above the gray fog is related to the seer pathway. Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table, but he couldn't find any other proof after much thought. He could only put this matter aside for the time being and prepare to return to the real world. Regardless, at least I've confirmed one thing. There's a mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway beside the ambassador, and whether he's a member of the secret order or not isn't important. This might be my chance to obtain a sequence 7 or even sequence 6 potion formula. Klein emanated his spirituality and enveloped himself as he fell into the gray fog. At the same time, in Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey got her master to guard the door while she looked at Zio and Furs and pondered for a few seconds. She pondered for a few seconds and said, "I have a mission that requires your help." "What mission?" Zio's eyes lit up as if she could smell the ink on the banknote. Audrey revealed a polite smile. "Assassinate the Intis ambassador to the kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudon." Chapter 246. What? Furs touched her earlobe, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. The beautiful, innocent, curious, and ignorant Miss Audrey actually gave out an assassination mission. Furthermore, the target was the ambassador of the northern continent's powerful country, Intis. Zio was a little slow on the uptake. She hesitantly replied, "Our strength isn't enough to complete this mission." The first thing she weighed was the difficulty of the mission. Audrey ignored Furz's question and let them imagine the reason themselves. She said with a slight dimple, she said with her dimples, "I'm not asking you to accept the mission yourself, but I hope that you can find a beyonder who has the ability to complete it, such as Mr. A. I will pay you 4,000 pounds. Of course, this is only my preliminary offer. The details can be discussed. If the mission succeeds in the end, I will give you 500 pounds. Even if it fails, there will still be 200 pounds because you've taken on the risk." Her accumulated annuity balance, which she had yet to invest, and the remaining bounty, amounted to about 13,000 pounds. However, if she used too much at once, it would definitely attract the attention of Earl of Hall. Even the Varvat Bank would do some investigation. After some calculations, she believed that £5,000 was the critical point, and it was best not to exceed it. £4,000. Zio heard her own heavy breathing, but she quickly became depressed. She knew very well that she couldn't accept the mission. Just using our name to invite other Beyonders and keeping it a secret is worth £500. Miss Audrey is the most generous, most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Zio quickly returned to reality. While Furs was tempted, her mind was filled with questions. Why would Miss Audrey entrust such a mission? The infighting among the nobles? A prelude to a premeditated war? Some important figures represented by Earl of Hall wish for the situation to become chaotic? The two of them quickly contacted Mr. A through the agreed channel. At 3 in the afternoon, when the rare sunlight penetrated the fog and illuminated all of Bakerland, they arrived at the house where they had attended the gathering. They saw Mr. A sitting with his legs crossed in a hooded manner, giving off a condescending vibe. "You said you have something important to discuss with me?" Mr. A's gaze moved back and forth between the two ladies. "I heard that some female Beyonders used their bodies to exchange for potion ingredients from Mr. A. He's really a disgusting pervert." The corners of Furz's mouth curled up. "There's a big deal. I wonder if you're interested?" Mr. A swept his gaze across Zio's face and chuckled. "Tell me, let me hear what kind of big deal it is." Resisting the urge to pull out her trident, Zio said with the tone of an arbiter, "Assassination of Intis's ambassador to the kingdom, Bakerland Jean Muddun." Mr. A immediately fell silent, but as his expression was obscured by his hood, Zio and Furs couldn't guess what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly leaned back and said in a deep voice, "So, what's the reward?" 4,000 gold pounds. In addition, we will provide the corresponding information. For example, Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspirer of the Hunter pathway, and one of them might be a Sequence 5 assistant. For example, his weakness is beauty. Zio tried her best to make Mr. A feel that there was hope of completing the mission. Mr. A chuckled. "I can accept this mission, but the reward has to be higher. The first choice is the potion formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Inter, Prophet, or Manipulator. Of course, their value is higher than this mission, so there's no need for them to be complete. Just a portion will do. The second choice is 10,000 gold pounds. That's the bounty for Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Bakerland's strength is definitely inferior to his, but he has a powerful assistant. Besides, believe me, he definitely has a mystical item on him. A reasonable price, but also an exaggerated price." Zio and Furs looked at each other and said, "Let's go back and discuss it. We'll give you an answer here at this time tomorrow." "Sure." Mr. A gestured for them to leave. After being led out of the house by an attendant, Furs muttered in puzzlement, "Those are all high-sequence formulas? Frankly speaking, I'm very curious. Frankly speaking, I find it strange. I thought Mr. A would only want formulas or potion ingredient. Money shouldn't be a necessity to him." Zio turned her head to look at her friend. "Furs, you're really just a simple clinic doctor and writer. You have to know that Mr. A definitely has a lot of subordinate. They need a house to sleep in, to fill their stomachs, to buy clothes, and to vent their desires. All of these have to be exchanged for with money. Besides, to some declining nobles, as long as they have gold pounds, what can't they sell? Although Mr. A will be equally terrifying without his subordinates, he'll be very ill-informed. This is something that all the small gangs in Eastborough know." Furs frowned and said, "Zio, you're not that stupid." In the evening, the two of them met the familiar golden retriever at the prearranged location and passed Mr. A's reply to Audrey. After reading the note, not only did Audrey not feel troubled, she even heaved a long sigh of relief. To be able to use £10,000 to settle the ambassador's matter was simply wonderful to her. "I can only use £5,000 for the time being, and I still have to pay Zio and Furs £500. I'll borrow £6,000 from Glaint first. No, £8,000. I can't expose any problems with my daily expenses. Then, I'll pay him back in 4 to 5 months, with interest of £1,000. I'll be rather strapped for money before the new year, and I'll only be able to use £1,000 a month. Audrey quickly made a decision. Then, she burned the original note and used a new piece of paper to write. The second option is to pay £2,000 in advance. When the mission is completed, I'll pay the remaining £8,000. 15 Minsk Street. Klein met Mary Gale again at tea time. He took the initiative to make an appointment through Mrs. Stellan Sammer. "Ma and Mary, after following him, I found out that your husband went to the Quelag Club. Because I'm not a member, I couldn't enter, but according to my observation, half an hour after your husband left, only a young lady came out. Her name is Erica Taylor, and she lives at 126 New Year Road in Hillstonborough. She once worked at the coin company for a period of time and is still unemployed. I took a photo of her leaving the Quelag Club. Unemployed, and still able to live in Hillstonborough." Stellan sneered. Mary was silent for a few seconds with a gloomy expression. "You have to get substantial evidence of their intimacy." It's the Kalin Club, right? I'll get 2 members to recommend you to join, but your information has to be filled in as a famous detective. If I don't get anyone to bring you in, it's very likely that I won't be able to make it in time." "All right." Klein hesitated for a moment, but he still asked, "Who's paying the membership fee?" "I'll be responsible for the initial membership fee. This is to thank you for your efficiency. After that, if you wish to stay in the club, you'll have to pay the annual fee yourself. It's about £15. Mary's eyes seemed to burn with flames. An annual fee of £15, then the initial membership fee is at least £50. A high-end club. Ma and Mary, you're too generous. Klein immediately nodded. "I'll give you the evidence as soon as possible." After dinner, Klein went out again and continued heading for the Brave in the Bakeland Bridge area. Firstly, it was to show his fear and helplessness in front of the military's special department and the secret police. It was as if he wanted to try any method to save himself. Secondly, it was to deceive the mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway under the ambassador. Klein believed that the gentleman or lady wouldn't be able to divine anything that involved the grey fog, including his resurrection and past events, as well as the language of foulness charm that he had successfully created with the help of the true creator. This was a powerful item that could definitely affect the other party. Klein had to maintain a state of insecurity, crazily grabbing at all sorts of straws to mislead the other party and increase his chances of winning. Klein entered the bar under the dark sky. Before he could order a glass of beer, he saw Kaspers, the old man with a rosacea, standing in front of the dog and mouse arena with his arms crossed. Perfect timing. "Marek is looking for you." Kaspers glanced at Klein and immediately limped over. "Marek is looking for me?" Klein asked in surprise. He subconsciously touched the Aztec's copper whistle in his pocket, considering what excuse he could use to reject him. Or should I say, wrapping the copper whistle with my spirituality wouldn't cause any abnormalities in the zombies? It's not like Mr. Aztec has never been to a cemetery in the past, nor have I seen any corpses attack him. Klein tensed up. Before he could think of an excuse, he saw the pale-faced Marek, whose eyes seemed to hide malice, walk over from the other side. He wasn't surrounded by zombies. Where are his zombies? Klein thought, half puzzled and half relieved. Marek pointed at the card room and walked over first. Klein looked from afar, and seeing that there were no zombies inside, he followed. "What's the matter?" Klein asked first. Marek, who was dressed in a white shirt and black vest, sat down on the card table and stared into Klein's eyes. "Is that request of yours still valid?" "Ah." Klein was momentarily taken aback. "I have a friend who's short on money recently. She's willing to accept this request. She's stronger than me and should be able to protect you. However, she can only protect you for 3 days. The price is £1,000, Merrick said in a low and muffled voice. Why did a beyonder who's willing to accept the request only appear after I have the language of foulness? However, that's good too. It can confuse the beyonder on the ambassador's side. When he tries his best to defeat Merrick's friend, my chances of success will become extremely high. The only problem is, how do I confirm that Merrick's friend is reliable? I'll divine it above the gray fog. Klein pondered for a moment before saying, Give me time to consider and raise the money. Give me time to think and raise funds. This is not a small amount. As for the 3 days of protection, it's up to me to decide. It'll definitely be within the next 2 weeks. Of course, a seer will definitely be able to sense it, Klein silently added. As for the problem of money, he had already considered it from the beginning. If selling Massault's beyonder characteristic wasn't enough, he could ask Miss Justice for it. After all, he had already laid the groundwork. There was still a lot of knowledge in Roselle's diary that could be sold. Of course, if the price was really unbearable, then forget it. Now, although Massault's beyonder characteristic had become the language of foulness charm, Miss Justice was still around. She still owed money for the Sequence 8 Light Suppliant formula, as well as the Secret Order's intelligence. Combining the two, £1,000 was enough. Chapter 247. 15 Minsk Street. After returning home, Klein wasn't in a hurry to head above the gray fog for a divination. He pretended as if nothing had happened as he read the newspaper. During this process, he heard a series of illusory pleas, and he vaguely recognized them as coming from a lady. After experiencing the ravages of the true creator's ravings, my abilities in this area seem to have improved a little. Klein flipped through the newspaper thoughtfully, sitting firmly in his reclining chair without moving. Only when the pointer of his pocket watch approached 10 did he put down what he was doing and go to the bathroom on the second floor to clean himself up. After entering his bedroom and drawing the curtains, Klein skillfully went above the gray fog. He saw the crimson star that symbolized justice constantly expanding and contracting, bringing with it echoes of pleas. Klein emanated his spirituality and made contact with it. Immediately, Miss Justice, who was wearing a white silk nightgown, appeared before his eyes. Her image was still very blurry, as if she was lying on the bed. After reciting the honorific name, Audrey went straight to the point. Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspirer of the Hunter pathway, and he has a suspected Sequence 5 assistant. He agreed to take over the mission of assassinating Ambassador Bakerland, but the conditions are 10,000 gold pounds, or one of the potion formulas for Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Inter, Prophet, and Manipulator. It doesn't need to be complete, just a portion will do. I chose the former and paid £2,000 in advance. Honorable Mr. Fool, was my decision correct? 10,000 gold pounds. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, and he immediately forced himself to divert his thoughts in another direction. A Sequence 5 assistant should be the infiltrator of the seer pathway, right? Let's treat it as though it's a case of underestimating the enemy. Does Mr. A have the ability to do so? Will he take the money without doing anything? Cataclysmic Inter, Prophet, Manipulator, and Unshadowed should all belong to Sequence 4. This is the threshold of a high Sequence beyonder. Mr. A was very likely one of the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order. The fact that he was stationed in Bakeland, the capital of 10,000 cities, meant that his status was second only to the 5 highest-ranking saints, and he was one of the best among the oracles. The Aurora Order controlled the Secret's suppliant pathway, which was a path that was directly close to the true creator. As an oracle, he was most likely a beyonder of this sequence chain. Based on Bakeland's status, it could be preliminarily determined that he was Sequence 5. He was a shepherd. Of course, he could also be a rose bishop of a lower rank, but in other aspects, such as his intellect, he was more outstanding. I have to remind Miss Justice not to have too much contact with Mr. A. The beyonders of the secret's suppliant pathway are either lunatics who have already shown abnormalities, or lunatics who hide themselves well. There are almost no exceptions. Sequence 8 listeners of this pathway often hear the voice of the true creator. Only a madman would have the guts to accept the mission of assassinating the ambassador of Intis and have the courage to complete it. I have a portion of the unshadowed potion formula here, as well as the corresponding advancement ritual. This can save Miss Justice £10,000. Why does Mr. A only want the formulas of unshadowed, cataclysmic inter, prophet, and manipulator? Is this a pathway that can be interchanged with the secret's suppliant pathway at high sequence beyonders? That's quite a lot. That makes 5 unshadowed is from the eternal blazing sun, and cataclysmic inter sounds like it's from the Lord of Storms or the Evernight Goddess. I previously determined that the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's respective pathways are similar sequences, so they view each other as enemies. From the looks of it, cataclysmic inter belongs to the Lord of Storms, sequence 4 of the Sailor pathway. Prophet is from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. What pathway does manipulator belong to? They can actually be interchanged with the corresponding sequences of the true creator. That's a little interesting. I can't give the unshadowed formula to Mr. A, not even a portion of it. The members of the Aurora Order are lunatics who are always looking for opportunities to take revenge on the world and endanger public safety. I can't trade strategic items with them. This isn't just a matter of bottom line, it also involves my own safety. Once the time is ripe, those lunatics from the Aurora Order might really sacrifice the entire city. I'll let Miss Justice spend the £10,000. Part of it is the remuneration that she planned to give to my adorer. I can compensate her with my knowledge. Klein reached out and pinched his cheek. He didn't respond to Justice for the time being. Instead, he conjured a pen and paper in preparation for a divination. Klein didn't know anything about the friend that Merrick mentioned. He could only determine that it was a female from the pronoun she. If he wanted to directly divine if the other party was reliable, failure was inevitable. However, Klein could use his own safety to do an indirect divination. This way, the success rate would be much higher. As for whether there would be any interference or how accurate the result would be, he wasn't worried at all because of the gray fog's obstruction. After deliberating for more than 10 seconds, Klein wrote, "It's risky for me to hire Merrick's friend as a bodyguard for 3 days." Putting down the pen and removing the spirit pendulum, Klein focused his mind and quickly did a divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise, but it was very small and very slow. There's a certain amount of risk, but it's rather low. Reliable. Klein nodded slightly and changed to divination on Mr. A. Similarly, he didn't have any direct contact with Mr. A. All his understanding was based on paraphrases and inferences. It was very difficult to get an answer to confirm if he had the ability or was willing to keep his promise. He could only start from another angle and do an indirect divination. As an outstanding seer, Klein quickly determined a direction, and that was to divine Ambassador Bakerland. This ambassador had a lot to do with him, and the corresponding intelligence was more detailed. Klein even knew what the other party was involved in, so it wouldn't be a problem to use him as a divination target. After thinking for a while, Klein wrote, "Bakerland Jean Muddon will suffer a fatal threat from Mr. A." In this divination, which he didn't have much confidence in, he tried his best to be vague and didn't preset a definite outcome to prevent failure. This time, Klein saw that the spirit pendulum was still spinning clockwise, but the speed had increased and the amplitude had increased. This means that Mr. A will complete the mission, and there's a high chance of success. Klein slowly exhaled and began to respond to Miss Justice's prayer. "Sure. There's no problem with your decision. You absolutely must not do it yourself. That adorer of mine wishes to receive £1,000 for his activities. using the same method as before. It's best if it can be completed by tomorrow. This will offset the light supplement formula, and you won't need to gather any more intelligence on the secret order. However, if you can obtain additional relevant information, I'll make a deal with you. After knowing that the infiltrator was a beyonder of the seer pathway, Klein's need for intelligence on the secret order wasn't as urgent. He originally wanted more than £1,000, but considering that Miss Justice had to pay £10,000 for the assassination of the ambassador, and that her financial situation would definitely be strapped for cash, he could only give her his bottom line. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately returned to the real world. Audrey was holding a music score and humming a melody. The crimson moon was faintly discernible outside the window. Suddenly, a thick gray fog appeared in front of her. A figure sat on an ancient chair, looking down and speaking in a deep voice. After hearing Mr. Fool's response, Audrey immediately heaved a sigh of relief and was no longer as perturbed. £1,000. My debt with Mr. Fool is almost paid off. I feel a lot more relaxed. Audrey leaned the music score against her chest as she thought with dimples appearing on her face. Although her pocket money would only be £1,000 a month for a long period of time, making her extremely poor, it wouldn't be a problem for her to grit her teeth and squeeze out £1,000. Borrow more from Glaint in more installments. Audrey had a good upbringing in this aspect. After all, her father was a big banker behind the scenes. At noon on Thursday, Klein heard an illusory prayer again. After confirming that Miss Justice had already deposited the money into the anonymous account. As for the bank reconciliation and settlement within Bakeland, it could be completed on the same day. In other words, starting from Friday, Klein could withdraw the cash from every branch of the Bakeland Bank in the city. After lunch, Klein met Mary Gale again. She brought him outside the Quelag Club, where two members were waiting. One was the famous surgeon, Alan Ceres, and the other was the noble equestrian teacher, Talem Dumont. After greeting each other, the tall, thin, and cold doctor, Alan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered the club first. As for the equestrian teacher, Talem, who had short brown curly hair, he smiled as he walked. If Mary hadn't mentioned you, I wouldn't have known that Bakeland has an outstanding detective. If I need anything in the future, I'll look for you. Then I'll thank you in advance, Klein replied with a smile. According to Mary's introduction in the car, he knew that Talem was originally a son of a noble family, and his ancestors had the title of Viscount. Unfortunately, his family fortune had been squandered by his grandfather. As a result, his father had nearly 10 brothers and more than 6 sisters. As a landed noble, when the amount of land he owned fell below the standard, his hereditary title would be reduced. However, it depended on the king's mood. Talem was unable to do business with a sizable amount of money after he came of age like other noble children. Due to his grandfather's reputation, he had no way of entering the government as an employee or working as a butler for other noble families. He could only use his talents and become an equestrian teacher for many nobles. His income was quite good, about £400 a year. Divorce is really a matter that makes people poor. It was unknown if Talem was alluding to Mary Gale or if he was thinking of his grandfather, who was more like Intis. Klein couldn't respond, so he followed him into the Quelag Club and saw a spacious and bright hall. Chapter 248. After Alan and Talem filled out their respective recommendation forms, they left the Quelag Club. Today wasn't the weekend, and they still had 2 surgeries in the afternoon. One of them had to teach Viscount Conrad's youngest son equestrianism, so that he wouldn't embarrass himself during the Bakeland social season in the second half of the year. Klein watched the manservant in a red vest and the beautiful maidservant in a dress go back and forth several times before he finally received his proof of membership and a badge engraved with the symbol of the Hoarfrost constellation. The membership fee is £50. There are still 3.5 months left this year, and the annual fee is £4. The manservant in a red vest pushed the 2 items in front of Klein. Klein took out the £57 Mary Gale had given him and counted £54 before handing it to the man. The amount in addition to the membership fee and annual fee was Mary's first payment. She was very satisfied that Klein had quickly figured out who Dolag Gale's mistress was and had taken a photo. A membership fee of £50. Ma, and Mary sure is a generous lady. As Klein watched the manservant and maidservant verify the authenticity of the banknotes and confirm the exact amount, he thought about Stellan Sammer's private introduction. Mary's father was the co-founder of the coin company and held 20% of the shares. Originally, it was only a small company that could barely make a little money, but as the pollution in Bakeland worsened, the demand for anthracite and charcoal increased. The coin company rapidly expanded and became one of the top 10 companies in the industry in the capital, and Mary's net worth skyrocketed. The only problem was that when she married Dolag Gale, the company was still in an unknown stage. Her father didn't pay much attention to the shares as dowry, and he didn't use the property protection method. Instead, he used the more popular method of bequeathal. The former meant that the dowry was independent and separate from the woman's property. The ownership didn't belong to the man, and even the right to use it depended on the woman's mood. The latter meant that the dowry belonged to the entire family, but the man had to make a valid will, promising that if he died before his partner, he would give priority to the wife's rights and interests equal to 2 to 4 times the dowry when dividing the property. After that, it would be carried out according to the normal inheritance law. This could effectively ensure the widow's livelihood. If Mary filed for divorce without obtaining evidence of Dolag's betrayal, the coin company's shares would be split equally between the 2 parties. Klein remembered that Stellan had said enviously, "Just this share is worth nearly £20,000. Just this share alone is worth nearly £20,000. Together with her other assets, Mary is a truly wealthy lady. Once she divorces, she'll definitely become the target of many men in Bakeland. Some of them might even include nobles. This amount of money is only enough for Miss Justice to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland twice." Klein suddenly thought of something and saw the red-vested valet and the good-looking maid bow at him. "Mr. Moriarty, welcome to the Chew Club." Klein picked up the membership, Moriarty said. Klein. Moriarty, the former was made of tough paper with good elasticity. It was like a card with Klein's name and the date of his membership written on it. After pressing the mark of his index finger, the membership card was officially usable. The latter was the unique emblem of the Quelleg Club, named for its establishment in early November. It corresponded to the constellation White Frost. On the front was the symbol and the number 192, and behind it was the inscription Sherlock Moriarty. "The club currently has 192 members?" Klein asked casually. "Yes, our club doesn't accept people without a recommendation. The first floor has a buffet restaurant, bar, library, squash room, conference room, and card room. You can use all of them for free, and you can also taste the food and drinks for free. The second floor has 16 lounges and 2 small conference rooms. They are also free of charge, and you can use them as long as you have spare time." The good-looking maid pointed to the back and said, "There are 2 tennis courts on the lawn. There are 2 tennis courts on the lawn, completely free of charge. There are 2 shooting ranges underground. You only need to pay according to the rental price of the equipment. If you're not satisfied with the simple buffet, you can order your own food. We have an exclusive chef. You only need to pay for the ingredient. Food, lodging, and entertainment are all included. As expected of a high-end club." Klein thanked Mrs. Mary from the bottom of his heart. He smiled warmly. "Get someone to show me around and familiarize me with the environment. Then, give me a lounge to take an afternoon nap." "All right." The red-vested male servant gestured for him to take a seat. After familiarizing himself with the Quelag Club's environment, Klein entered the lounge and carefully studied the layout. He found that it was similar to the hotel rooms of his later life. It was said to be in the style of Intas. I have to think about how to get evidence of Daragu's extramarital affair tomorrow. There's no way to hide the flash of that camera. That means there's only one chance to take a photo. And if I do that, I'll definitely be expelled from the club. I have to think of a safe solution. I'll flip through the newspapers later and try to determine the progress of the Ian incident from the news. From there, I can determine which 3 days to protect. Klein paced back and forth, deep in thought. At that moment, his heart suddenly palpitated, and his entire body tensed up. Is this a clown's premonition? But there's nothing in my mind. Klein felt the air around him turn heavy, as if a storm was brewing. Soon, this feeling disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that danger is coming? But when I was attacked by Massault, something like this didn't happen. Puzzled, Klein took out a coin and divined if he would be attacked in the next few days. The answer was no. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein drew the curtains, pretended to take an afternoon nap, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He sat down, thought for a long time, and chanted in a low voice, "I'll be in great danger in the next few days." As he repeated the chant, he flicked out the coin again and saw the brass object tumble down into his open palm. This time, the king's head was facing up. This meant that he was certain. My reaction just now was really a sign of impending danger. Klein narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He was rather puzzled about this matter. Be it a seer or a clown, they had never shown such abilities before. Even if they could foresee danger, it was because the target was right in front of them, right beside them. There's no one near me. From the fact that my divination results were disrupted and misled, this matter definitely involves a high-sequence beyonder, and it's very likely that it's Bakerland's assistant. In the end, it triggered my premonition? This isn't scientific. This isn't mysticism. There must be some other factor hidden in this, but I'm still unable to figure it out at the moment. Klein looked around and saw the endless gray fog. The crimson and tranquil palace stood there unchanging. He reined in his puzzlement and temporarily stopped thinking about the reason. He focused his attention on the impending attack. After a few more divinations, Klein realized that he could only confirm that there would be great danger in the next few days. He couldn't shorten it to 3 days, 2 days, or even 5 hours. In other words, he could only receive a vague revelation. And in the dream divination, he saw Ian in an old coat. He stood on the street, and behind him were the elegant gas lamps and the blurry crimson moon. Apart from this scene, there was nothing. How should I interpret this? Klein thought for a while, and could only conclude that it was a prelude to danger. Without any further delay, he immediately returned to the real world, left the Quelag Club, and rushed to the nearby Bakerland Bank's Hillston branch to withdraw the remaining £100 in his account. The £1,000 given by Justice had yet to be cleared and reconciled, and the corresponding information had yet to be sent, so the account situation wasn't synchronized. In theory, there was a loophole. After withdrawing the £100, Klein could withdraw it at another branch and take advantage of the time difference between the accounts. But this was only in theory. In order to avoid similar actions, the various banks had many rules for anonymous accounts. First, it was to strengthen the transmission of similar information within the same city. Second, it was to limit the amount of a single withdrawal to a maximum of £500. Third, if the last withdrawal was not recorded locally, one had to send a telegram to inquire. Klein had encountered the third situation today. After putting away the money, he took the carriage to the Bakerland Bridge area and entered the Brave. With Caspers leading the way, he saw Merrick sitting in the card room. The man was still empty, and there were no zombies around him. Klein put away the thought of rapping Aztec's copper whistle with his spirituality, slapped the £100 note on the table, and said to the pale Merrick, "I agree to the deal. I'll pay £100 in advance, and £300 for every day you protect me." The protection starts now. Merrick looked past him, behind him, and nodded slightly. Okay, she agreed. Huh? Klein looked back in shock, only to see the door and air. He silently activated his spirit vision, but still didn't discover anything. Merrick pocketed the £100 and said indifferently, "You can go back. She's already begun protecting you, in a covert manner. If I hadn't divined in advance, I would have thought you guys were scammers." Klein looked around and made a show of leaving with gritted teeth. Along the way, he would occasionally activate and deactivate his spirit vision, constantly looking out the window, but he still couldn't find his so-called bodyguard. After returning to 15 Minsk Street, Klein closed the door, entered the bathroom, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. The splashing sounds disappeared as he shook off the water droplets, wiped his palms with a towel, and looked up at the mirror to examine his current appearance. At that moment, he saw his reflection in the mirror suddenly shake and transform into a woman in a black regal dress. The woman had pale blonde hair and blue eyes. Her appearance was rather exquisite, but her face was abnormally pale. She wore a small black bonnet, lifted the hem of her dress, and bowed slightly to Klein. Klein didn't hide his surprise. He deliberately took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. He had just realized that this might be the bodyguard he had hired with £1,000. Chapter 249. The figure in the mirror was clear, but the woman in the black regal dress was nowhere to be seen. It was as though she had never appeared. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision, but he didn't find anything. Don't tell me I hired a female ghost as a bodyguard? This is even stranger than a female ghost. At least with spirit vision, I can see ghosts. Klein touched the Aztec copper whistle in his pocket in thought. He felt that it was still cold and gloomy, without any additional changes. It wasn't affected by the copper whistle. Looks like it's not an undead creature. However, I can't be sure. Back when the copper whistle was buried with me, the surrounding corpses didn't show any abnormalities. Is it because those buried in the cemetery have all been placated by priests and bishops? When does it work and when doesn't work? After the ambassador's matter is over, if I'm still alive, I'll go to the cemetery to do some experiments. I'll try to figure out the scope and limitations. I can't always carry around a ticking time bomb. Klein washed his face and walked out of the bathroom. He had just picked up the newspaper in the living room and was about to read it in the living room or bedroom when he heard the doorbell ring. Amidst the tinkling sound, Klein suddenly tensed up. He put on his coat made of various materials and walked to the door. He clearly remembered that danger would befall him in the next few days. Standing behind the door, he waited for a moment. The scene outside naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon was faintly discernible in the sky, and the elegant gas lamps on both sides of the street illuminated the wet road. A boy in an old coat stood there, his bright red eyes deep with some confusion. Ian Wright? Why is he here? Isn't this the scene I saw in my dream divination? Is this a sign of impending danger? Klein opened the door and took 2 steps back warily. Detective Moriarty. Ian took off his brown round hat and bowed. I'm here to apologize to you. I'm very sorry for involving you in such a dangerous matter. Klein frowned slightly. What you should do is go to the police station. Ian looked around and bowed his head slightly. I just came out of MI9. That's the name of the special department in the military? Klein made way and pointed to the living room. Maybe we can talk. I have to at least know why I'm in such a passive situation. He sighed in his heart. Ian didn't stand on ceremony. He followed Klein into the living room and sat in the same seat as last time. Just as he was about to speak, Klein suddenly added, "If what you want to say will put me in greater danger, then don't say it. No, everything will be over soon." Ian had a calmness that didn't match his age. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. Then, what exactly happened? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a figure appear in the oriel window across the living room. She was dressed in a black regal dress, with light blonde hair tied into a bun. Her eyes were blue, and she had exquisite features. Her face was pale. She was none other than the woman who had greeted him through the mirror. The woman seemed to have found an illusory high-backed chair and sat down. Her left hand supported her right elbow, and her right hand supported her cheek. She put on an expressionless face and listened. Klein was momentarily at a loss as to how to react. At this moment, Ian, who had been silent for a few seconds, whispered, "Actually, Detective Zreel is a spy for the Faceac Empire. Actually, Detective Zreel is a spy for the Faceac Empire. He adopted a few homeless children and taught them how to gather intelligence. One of them is me. So that's how it is. I'm involved in a major spy case." Klein was enlightened. Ian looked at the coffee table and continued, "We have the advantage of age. We often don't get noticed by others, so we can gather a lot of useful information. 2 weeks ago, I happened to discover clues to Helma Suin's manuscript." Helma Suin? Klein found the surname somewhat familiar. Ian looked up at him and explained, "Turani von Helma Suin, the greatest scientist after Roselle the Great." "So it's him." Ian looked up at him and explained, "Turani von Helma Suin, the greatest scientist after Roselle the Great." "So it's him." Klein immediately recalled the relevant introduction. Not only was he a great scientist, but he was also a mad scientist. He believed that humans were fundamentally flawed, and that they could only obtain the ultimate truth with the help of machines. He loved to eat sweets and seemed to use them as a source of energy for himself. He mysteriously disappeared while researching the third-generation difference engine. He was an important figure that various countries were trying to find. His manuscript? A manuscript that involves the third-generation difference engine? Klein probed. The difference engine was a mechanical device used for calculations. It could effectively improve the efficiency of scientific research and various projects. From Klein's point of view, it was an alternative computer in the age of steam. Of course, it only had computing capabilities at the moment. Ian shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. I didn't actually see it. Perhaps there are some related ideas." He paused and recounted what had happened again. "I reported this matter to Detective Zreel. He was very happy and asked me to investigate the clue while he immediately reported it to his boss. I spent some time and finally determined the whereabouts of the manuscript, but I was afraid of danger and didn't steal it directly. I decided to return to Detective Zreel. After that, it was what I told you. Detective Zreel's house was infiltrated, and many of the small mechanisms weren't restored. He didn't respond to my contact request, and the Zmanger gang tried to capture me. Through your help, I confirmed Detective Zreel's death and took a false tooth from his corpse. Yes, after we parted ways. Detective Zreel told me that the inside of the false tooth was engraved with a method to contact his boss in an emergency. Even he didn't know the method. It would only be removed if an accident happened." Klein nodded slightly. "So you sent a telegram?" A rare look of surprise flashed across Ian's face. "Did someone from MI9 tell you that?" "No, a friend of mine happened to see you at White Rum Street." Klein casually made up an excuse. "Yes." Ian nodded dejectedly. "I contacted Detective Zreel's boss in Bakeland through a telegram and arranged a time, place, and method of meeting in a secret message. But soon I was found by the Zmanger gang. No, to be precise, I was found by the intelligence agents of Intis. This was told to me by someone from MI9. Fortunately, MI9 arrived in time, and both sides fell into a chaotic battle. I took the opportunity to escape. But when I met with Detective Zreel's boss this afternoon, I was ambushed by the intelligence agents of Intis again. Unfortunately, I was caught by them. I was afraid of death and told them everything I knew. However, they didn't keep their promise and still wanted to kill me. At this time, MI9 finally found me. At times like this, you're like a 15-year-old boy." Just as Klein was feeling wistful, He suddenly thought of a problem from Ian's words. Previously, when he discovered that Zreel's corpse had a seemingly important item left behind, and that it had been successfully taken away by Ian, he had only believed that the Beyonder on the other side wasn't of a high level and wasn't strong enough. The effects of mediumship weren't good, and he wasn't able to obtain much useful information, resulting in a mistake. However, after confirming that the ambassador had a mid-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway, this matter became very strange. It was impossible for the fake tooth to not be discovered under a powerful mediumship. And the corpse was thrown in such a remote and difficult-to-find place, so it didn't seem like a trap. Combined with Ian's description, the answer was obvious. Klein nodded. Have you ever thought that there might be a traitor around Zreel's boss, a traitor who has defected to the Intis intelligence agency? That's why Zreel was exposed and died after obtaining clues to the manuscript. It's also why you were ambushed. It was precisely because the Intis ambassador knew the situation of Zreel's boss that he didn't care much about the emergency contact information engraved on the inside of the fake tooth. Zreel's report to his boss had directly led to his accident. Ian was stunned when he heard that. After a long while, he clenched his fists in frustration and tried his best to remain calm. I actually didn't think of that. You're really an excellent detective. He quietly exhaled and described, I also told MI9 about the whereabouts of the manuscript, as well as everything else. I also told MI9 about the whereabouts of the manuscript and everything else. They mentioned what happened to you. They didn't even suspect that I was lying, and they didn't send anyone to watch over me. All of them went to snatch the manuscript. However, under that kind of pressure, no one could lie. At this point, Ian stood up and bowed deeply. Please allow me to apologize once again. I'm sorry for getting you involved in such a matter. Actually, there's no need for you to hide anything for me. Klein, who understood the reason, smiled. No, in this matter, it was mainly because I made a mistake that I ended up in my current situation. As he listened, he reviewed the entire matter according to Ian's description and his reflection over the past few days. He confirmed that he had made 2 mistakes. I discovered that Ian's matter was a little complicated, but I still accepted the commission. That wasn't a problem. Back then, I just felt that it would involve gangs, and at most 1 or 2 Beyonders who didn't dare to expose themselves. As for the lack of enough information in the divination, the result was a failure. This was within the scope of what I could resolve myself. Normally, there wouldn't be any trouble. I might even be able to take the opportunity to make contact with the Beyonders in Bakeland. After finding Zreel's corpse and confirming that the matter was very complicated, considering the sensitive nature of my identity, I decisively withdrew and let Ian handle the aftermath himself. That wasn't a problem. It was a rather prudent choice. One of the mistakes I made was that I didn't decisively admit defeat when Massault came knocking on my door and divulged the matter regarding Ian. Back then, I only thought that it was a gang or a few Beyonders behind the gang. Who knew that it would involve a figure like the ambassador of Intis? What was even more unexpected was that Massault was so rash. After failing the commission, he didn't threaten or intimidate me, nor did he go through any other procedures. He directly came knocking on my door to kill and channel my spirit. He didn't give me a chance to back out at all. As a result, my situation worsened. So, this wasn't a very subjective or serious mistake. The mistake that really caused me to be in such a passive position was a small mistake at the very beginning. I didn't disguise myself when renting the house and accepting the commission under the name of Sherlock Moriarty. This resulted in me not daring to escape after my identity as a Beyonder was exposed to the ambassador. Even though I showed fear and panic, making MI9 and the police believe that it was only natural for me to escape, I didn't dare to escape. I was afraid that the ambassador wouldn't be able to find a target for revenge and would mention it to the officials in passing. And according to my experience as a Nighthawk, Most law enforcers are hostile towards uncontrollable beyonders. They definitely wouldn't ignore me just because I'm a low-sequence beyonder, and they would definitely launch an investigation. When the time comes, my looks will be clear evidence. I'll be pursued by the high-sequence beyonders of the Church of the Goddess due to my involvement in a Grade 0 sealed artifact and my resurrection. Such a matter can't be pinned on the other party suddenly forgetting or not taking it to heart. I have to plan for the worst in advance. If I wait until the ambassador takes any action to deal with it, it will definitely be too late. Be it the assassination, finding a bodyguard, or buying items, they all require sufficient time. Only if the ambassador dies, and his assistant dies as well, or if the attention is diverted to investigating the cause of the ambassador's death, can I resolve this latent danger. His assistant doesn't have any official status and can't directly interact with the officials. For a mere Sequence 9, or at most Sequence 8, and whose whereabouts are unknown, it's impossible for him to go through so much trouble to report me. Of course, his death is the best outcome. That way there won't be any latent dangers. Compared to seeking Mr. Aztec's help and being noticed by 0-08 again, as well as being pursued by high-sequence beyonders, assassinating the ambassador is a relatively simple choice. If I fail, I can only endure one of these two outcomes. Sigh, everything stemmed from a tiny oversight at the very beginning. I only thought that in a metropolis with more than 5 million people, a metropolis where no one knows me, and that I can avoid the Nighthawks, there's no need for me to disguise myself every day. This would instead make it easier for others to see through me. In the end, for such a tiny mistake, I ended up paying the price of more than £10,000, and it might not even be resolved. I'm really like a clown, making a mistake and causing a chain reaction. Then, I'll struggle with all my might and try my best to balance myself to please the audience. This is the disadvantage of not having any experience. This is the first time in my 2 lives that I've been a fugitive. When this matter is completely resolved, it won't be that dangerous to expose my identity as a beyonder. They will only think that I recently obtained the potion while looking for a bodyguard, and not suspect my origins. Of course, I'll have to get used to wearing glasses and growing a beard to let the people around me gradually get used to my new appearance. When they ask about me in the future, they will only think of such an image. After figuring out the entire matter, Klein's smile became even more obvious, making Ian feel odd. I should go. I'll be disappearing for a while, or I might very well be thrown into prison. Ian put on his hat and bade farewell. Chapter 250. Both parties know the whereabouts of Helmasuin's manuscript, and this matter will come to an end tonight. The ambassador will also be able to take action and have the strength to take revenge. Is this the reason for the impending danger? Klein roughly understood the results of the divination and the baffling omen. If he didn't have the language of foulness charm and a powerful bodyguard worth £1,000 for 3 days, he would probably shamelessly head to the police station and head to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's headquarters in Bakeland to temporarily stay at St. Hireland Cathedral to avoid any possible attacks and wait for the ambassador to be assassinated. As for whether the assassination would succeed, Klein wasn't confident. After all, he had already considered the worst-case scenario and had a plan. But now, with 2 layers of preparations, there was no doubt that he wouldn't adopt a strategy of hiding. He would still stay at home and pretend that he knew nothing. In his heart, he was even hoping that the attacker would come knocking on his door. Sequence 9 Hunter Massault was killed by me. If they send someone else, it will be at least a Sequence 7, or even a Sequence 6, 5, or a whole bunch of them. Regardless, as long as I finish them off, I'll obtain the formula and beyonder characteristic, recouping some of my losses. Yes, I'll tell Miss Bodyguard that my luck is pretty good. I obtained benefits from the black ear I bought and became a beyonder. After all, if the battle is intense, there's no way for me to hide it. Besides, what I said is almost the truth. I did obtain quite a bit of benefits from the black ear. Klein thought about what would happen next, almost instinctively drawing the crimson moon on his chest. May the goddess bless me. The one who comes is the beyonder of the seer pathway. He prayed silently. With this in mind, he looked around the room in search of his bodyguard, worried that she would run away silently after hearing the whole story. The living room and dining room were warmly lit, illuminating the coffee table, sofa, and chairs. Apart from that, there was no one else. Just as Klein was gradually feeling uneasy, he suddenly saw a face appear on the glass cover of the gas lamp in the living room. She had pale blonde hair, exquisite features, and a pale face. This lady is quite confident in her own strength. Klein's heart calmed down as he whispered to himself, I'm also a beyonder. I participated in the gathering through Casper's and bought an item that was a gamble of luck. I participated in the gathering through Casper's and bought an item that was a gamble of luck. I received some benefits, of course, only for people like me. Both of his statements were true. No matter what method he faced, he would be able to withstand the test. But when these two sentences were put together, it made people think that the benefit made him a beyonder. The face on the glass cover of the gas lamp nodded slightly and disappeared quickly, without any other reaction. Klein's appearance didn't change, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the sofa area. Without taking off his jacket, he picked up a newspaper and flipped through it. After a while, the tinkling sound echoed again, and someone rang the doorbell again. Who? Klein instantly tensed up as he stuffed his hands into his pockets and touched the tarot cards and the language of foulness charm. He slowly walked to the door, and with the help of the clown's ability, he predicted what he would see when he opened the door. The crimson moon was still faintly discernible, and the elegant gas lamps hadn't changed. A sheriff in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 V's on his epaulette waited impatiently by the door. He had a short, brownish-yellow beard under his chin, and he was the sheriff who had previously handled the case of Sherlock Moriarty's self-defense. Jurgen seemed to have mentioned his name before. Sheriff Faxine? Yes, I can get the £10 bail money back tomorrow or the day after. What's he doing here? Am I 9 sent him to find Ian Wright? Or to inform me where I can temporarily avoid danger? In his confusion, Klein gripped the handle. The Intis embassy in Baekeland's West End was brightly lit. The smell of all kinds of perfumes and alcohol spread to every corner, accompanied by a melodious melody. There was a ball being held here. During Baekeland's tenure as ambassador, he often held balls at the embassy. He invited the Lone Kingdom's bankers, large factory owners, philanthropists, as well as other famous tycoons and lawyers to participate. He also randomly gave some businessmen a chance. In such an atmosphere, he would tell the guests about the prosperity and openness of Trier. He would tell them that the Republic of Intis was no longer dominated by the nobles. Bankers, factory owners, lawyers, and other people were the masters of the country. They directly and indirectly monopolized most of the seats, decided the direction of the country's policies, and enjoyed true freedom and a lofty status. Today Bakerland was doing something similar. He held a glass of wine and kept appearing in front of the guests, as if to prove that he was at the banquet at this time and wasn't out. I should have gotten the manuscript by now. After learning from the trembling detective that Ian Wright had appeared at the telegraph office on Berenice Street, I've been setting up everything. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Bakerland, with a thin but tasteful face, drank a mouthful of blood-like Ormer wine and walked to the balcony, intending to enjoy the cool night breeze. After learning that Ian had sent a telegram, as a senior schemer and a professional intelligence agent, Bakerland keenly realized that the other party was contacting his superior's superior. Thus, he quickly got the double agent lurking in the Bakeland team of the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency to investigate. He obtained the time, place, and method of meeting between Ian and the team leader. After that, He pretended that nothing had happened and continued to send people to search for Ian near Barony Street. They successfully discovered him and also attracted the attention of MI9. According to his arrangements, the intelligence agents at the scene deliberately let Ian escape, so as to make MI9 think that both parties were on the same starting line. After numbing his main opponent, he mobilized other intelligence agents who hadn't been exposed to ambush Ian and the team leader from the Faceac Empire. He wanted to find the manuscript without MI9 noticing and bring it out of the kingdom of Rouen. Things had progressed as smoothly as he had expected, but the news that came back in the evening made his mood abnormally heavy. The people from MI9 had actually appeared. They, who should have been fooled, had actually appeared. With Rosago around, it's definitely not because of divination. Besides, MI9 isn't good at divination at all. This means that there's a worm among us. I hope that Rosago can get the manuscript first and hand it over to Shadow. In order to avoid suspicion, Bakerland had deliberately organized a ball, so he couldn't interfere with the progress of the matter. All he could do was pray for his subordinates to do their best. According to his arrangements, after Rosago succeeded, he would immediately transfer the item to another intelligence agent, one that had never been used before. Then, Rosago would lure away the people from MI9 and create some trouble to continue interfering with the line of sight, to attract the attention of his companions. During this process, Bakerland requested that Rosago get rid of the detective. If it weren't for him, the matter wouldn't have been discovered by MI9, and everything would have gone smoothly. My connection with the Zmanger gang wouldn't have been exposed, and I wouldn't have been transferred back to the country. He actually didn't run away, thinking that MI9 would always protect him, and that staying at home was safer than running away? Bakerland rubbed his face. He had already received orders that after the operation on the manuscript was over, he would hand over the intelligence to the embassy's first-grade military officer and wait for the new ambassador to take over. Bakerland was rather reluctant to leave this place. Although Bakerland had bad weather and heavy pollution, it was the most prosperous city in the world, bar none. Furthermore, the ladies and madams here are more conservative, unlike the sluts back home. Slowly seducing them into bed and slowly removing their conservatism is a very fulfilling and addictive thing. Unfortunately, I have to bid farewell to these beautiful people. Bakerland thought gloomily as he grew increasingly resentful of the detective who dared to resist. As for Rosago's safety, Bakerland wasn't worried at all. He believed that as long as he was willing, as long as he wasn't targeted by a high-sequence beyonder, he could escape immediately. This was because Rosago had special beyonder powers. As he thought about it, Bakerland's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a young lady in a dark red dress standing at the edge of the balcony with a glass of wine in her hand. She had a beautiful face and an elegant temperament. Her ink-colored hair was elegant and smooth, and her light brown eyes seemed to hide a lot of things. Bakerland immediately walked over and struck up a conversation with her. He learned that the lady was the daughter of a lumber merchant named Irene. Her father wasn't too rich and was trying his best to curry favor with the higher-ups. With his identity as the ambassador of Intis, Bakerland quickly gained Irene's adoring gaze. After 2 dances together, the two of them became more intimate with each other. "Beautiful lady, I would like to invite you to my room to taste the Ormer wine, 1286, Bakerland hinted. Irene replied without hesitation. "All right." The two of them left the ball hall and quietly went to the second floor. They entered Bakerland's room and told the guards to stay away and not disturb them. Before the so-called 1286 Ormer wine appeared, Bakerland enthusiastically took Irene to bed. As they rolled, Irene's simple dress fell to the ground, and her white arms wrapped around him. Her hands grabbed onto Bakerland's shoulders, and her fingernails and veins suddenly grew black, thin, and furry spider feet. Bang! Irene's eyes suddenly protruded as white foam appeared in her mouth. Bakerland retracted his fist that had struck her in the abdomen and stood up from the bed. He no longer had the hurried expression from before, and his face was cold. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked in a low voice. Irene tried to stand up, but the pain made it difficult for her to succeed. Her eyes were filled with horror and shock. Seeing the beautiful lady's expression, Bakerland smiled. "I'm indeed infatuated with beautiful ladies, but I know this problem myself. That's why I'm especially careful every time I face a beautiful lady." "Tell me, who sent you?" Chapter 251. Irene shut her mouth tightly. Her anger was tinged with a bit of fear as she stared at the skinny ambassador who was smiling warmly. Bakerland stretched out his right hand, which was covered in a layer of orange-red flames that danced quietly. He took 2 steps forward and made a gesture of pressing his palm against Irene's skin. This reminded Irene of the descriptions in many novels. Those cruel interrogators would use red-hot iron to burn the target's body, causing them to experience extreme pain. "No, you can't be so rough with a beautiful lady." Bakerland suddenly stopped his right palm and chuckled. With a jerk, the layer of orange-red flames turned into a long scarlet whip. The long whip burned the air around it, and barbs grew out from its joint. But Bakerland lashed out with the flaming whip and struck Irene's body. Her clothes were charred and a black mark appeared on her skin. Her face contorted as she screamed. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked again in a gentle tone. Irene's lips quivered a few times before she finally opened them. Yes, just as Bakerland was subconsciously listening for the answer, his eyes suddenly reflected a blood-red color. "Not good." Bakerland jerked back and rolled on the ground. At the place where he had been standing, flames leaped up and formed a burning wall. Blood and flesh splattered out like raindrops, hitting the wall of fire with sizzling sounds. Some of them penetrated the layer of flames and paved a sparse path of blood-red spots on the ground. At the end of the path was Ambassador Intis, Bakerland, who had stood up again. He saw Irene's abdomen torn open and saw 2 arms wrapped in viscous liquid sticking out. With a sudden push of the 2 arms, a figure emerged from the beautiful Miss Irene's stomach. It was covered in a blood-colored viscous liquid that kept squirming and dripping down. It was the size of an ordinary adult man. It was hard to imagine that Irene, who was a normal woman without a bulging abdomen, had such a thing hidden in her body. How could it be hidden? Bang! Everything below Aaron's head exploded, turning into pure flesh and blood that flowed onto the humanoid figure. It mixed with the dripping liquid to form a strange red robe. The figure revealed its true appearance. It was beautiful and enchanting like a woman. The blood-red robe on its body, under the illumination of the fire, looked like a blooming flower. Rose Bishop. As a veteran intelligence officer, Bakerland immediately thought of the corresponding sequence name. Sequence 6 of the Secret's Suppliant Pathway, Rose Bishop. Every Rose Bishop was an expert in flesh and blood magic. Beyonders of this sequence could strangely hide in the bodies of others to avoid all kinds of detection. But when he burrowed out, the host would lose his life. "For the Lord!" Aaron's remaining head cried out and closed her eyes forever. The Rose Bishop reached out his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in the order of bottom, top, right, left. His eyes that reflected the color of blood and fire looked at Bakerland. He took a step forward with his right foot and passed through the wall of fire. He didn't suffer any damage from the fire, but there was a dark red liquid that kept dripping down. Bakerland took another step back and suddenly raised his voice. "Someone! Help!" Although his most capable assistant, Rosago, and a few intelligence officers had been sent out, there was still no lack of Beyonders in the embassy. They were military officials who had been approved by the Kingdom of Rouen, and they were the protective forces here on the surface. 1 Sequence 5, 1 Sequence 6, 3 Sequence 7, and a total of nearly 10 Sequence 8 and Sequence 9. Bakerland's voice echoed in the room, but it couldn't be heard. The music outside didn't change, and the ball didn't stop. It was as if this place had become an independent and isolated world. This. Bakerland rationally stopped shouting, narrowed his eyes, and observed his surroundings. The Rose Bishop wasn't in a hurry to take action. He chuckled and said, "This is your own will, the rules you set. You previously told the guards not to disturb, not to approach, and not to let anyone come over. Yes. I magnified your will, your rules, and made a slight distortion. If you want to break through this gap, you have to defeat yourself." Bakerland's expression changed slightly. From the fact that he seemed to abide by the rules, but in fact, he was distorting them and constantly absorbing the power of order to serve him. He thought of the name of another sequence. Baron of Corruption, Bakerland growled. This was the lawyer pathway, which was also the sequence 6 of the Black Emperor pathway. Before he could finish his sentence, Bakerland's expression suddenly turned extremely gloomy. He blurted out, "Shepherd. You're a shepherd. Who are you from the Aurora Order? Mr. A? Why are you assassinating me?" The Rose Bishop, no, the shepherd chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. Accept the Lord's favor." Before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly froze. His joints seemed to be covered in rust, and his entire body paused as if he had become a puppet. Bakerland laughed, and the gloominess from before instantly disappeared. He took out a white handkerchief from his left breast pocket and wiped the corner of his mouth. "I'm glad you were able to chat with me for so long and gave me enough time." After the white handkerchief was taken away, a thumb-sized head appeared from his left breast pocket. It was the head of a puppet with completely black eyes. The shepherd opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but all he heard was a hollow voice that seemed to come from afar. "You," after a pause, his body suddenly swelled up, and his skin turned dark black. 2 curved goat horns with sinister patterns grew out of his head, and a pair of wings that smelled of sulfur spread out from his back. The shepherd approached 3 meters in an instant and turned into a devilized creature. But even so, he still felt as if every joint of his was tightly bound. His movements were stiff and slow, and his thoughts began to blur. "You still have the powers of a devil? As expected of a shepherd. Let me send you to your lord." Bakerland didn't waste any more time. A flaming spear condensed in his right palm, with a blazing white tip. He bent down and swung his arm, about to throw the spear to nail the shepherd to the wall and burn him to ashes. The corresponding sequence 7 of Conspire was Pyromaniac, and its ancient name was Fire Mage. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Bakerland coughed violently, as if he was about to spit out his heart and lungs. He coughed until he lost control of the flaming spear and dissipated inch by inch. He coughed until his face turned red and his forehead burned. The influence he had on the enemy with the help of the mystical item was also removed. The shepherd broke free from his sluggishness and returned to normal. "Why do you think I chatted so much with you? How does severe pneumonia and uncontrollable coughing feel?" The devil-like face asked with the corners of his mouth curled up. Upon hearing this, Bakerland suddenly recalled the beautiful and enchanting appearance of the enemy when he first appeared, and he said regretfully, "That's right." He said regretfully, "Cough, cough, illness. You, cough, killed a, cough, cough, demoness of affliction." The shepherd deactivated his devil form, and his body became blurry and indistinct, layered over each other. He chuckled. "No, I just accepted Saint Tenebrous' gift. I know a schemer always has all kinds of methods, so I'm going to use my strongest ability from now on. I won't let you have any unnecessary hope." A book appeared in front of him, a transparent and blurry book. The pages of the ancient book flipped quickly, accompanied by a low chanting voice. "I came, I saw, I recorded. As long as I've recorded it, I can use it once. This is the ability that Saint Tenebrous purposely showed me. Although it's only half of the original effect, it's enough." The shepherd's voice became ethereal, and his body was enveloped by the darkness that surged out from the book. He quickly turned into a 2-3-meter-tall giant. His entire body was covered in a black, ice-cold armor. Only his eyes flickered with crimson light. The Dark Knight raised the straight and heavy greatsword in his hand, took a step forward, and fiercely slashed down. No. Why? Amidst Bakerland's screams, the layers of flames that surged out of his body were split apart. The various bursts of light were split apart, and his body was also split in half. Thud! Bakerland fell to the ground, but there was no blood flowing out of his wound. Even his soul seemed to be corroded and destroyed by the dark and gloomy sword that didn't seem to exist. Boom! 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 The flames that spewed out of Bakerland's body lost control, causing the room to collapse and shatter the glass. And at this moment, the isolation that was created by his will had disappeared with his death. The shepherd didn't stop, nor did he wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear. He returned to his blurry form and seized the opportunity before the embassy's military officials arrived to pass through the layers of walls and run into the darkness outside. 15 Minsk Street. Klein's right hand that was holding the doorknob paused for a moment. He decided to throw a coin to be safe before opening the door. Since Ian had already been here, and the revelation he saw in his dream divination had already appeared, danger could befall him at any time. Silently reciting the words, "Visitors outside will bring danger," Klein flicked a quarter penny up and watched it fall into his palm with the numbers facing up. Negative. Klein silently muttered to himself as he reached out and twisted the doorknob. However, he didn't lower his guard because of this. He knew that the ambassador had a mid-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway who could interfere with his divination. If it were him, it would be normal for him to get the wrong answer. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or the opportunity to go above the gray fog to confirm. Klein used his spirit vision to look through the wooden planks for a while, but he didn't find any problems. Then, he opened the door and took 2 steps back. Sergeant Faxine, who was wearing a black and white checkered uniform, took off his hat and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry." Chapter 252. All right. Klein nodded solemnly. Sergeant Faxine touched his short hair and said, "There are other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail. Make your own decision." He looked towards the living room. Klein politely made an inviting gesture and watched as Sergeant Faxine closed the door and entered. He walked to the sofa and sat down. "What are the arrangements?" Klein didn't take off his coat, and his hands were still in his pockets. Faxine leaned forward slightly, clasped his hands and said, "You should know very well that you've offended that ambassador. You should know very well that you have offended that ambassador. Tonight or tomorrow will be the most dangerous period for you. The first is to stay at the Holy Wind Cathedral for 2 days. I know you're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but St. Ireland Cathedral is too far away. It's easy for problems to occur on the way." Klein nodded indiscernibly, waiting for the other party to give him the second choice. Suddenly, his vision blurred and his mind went numb. He felt as though there was a thick layer of glass around him. He saw Sergeant Faxine's mouth open and close slowly, and he realized that his thoughts were gradually turning sluggish. This feeling was so familiar that Klein immediately thought of the Antigonus family's puppet, sealed artifact 2-049. Back then, he had been repeatedly affected by similar effects, but he had been woken up by Captain Dunsmith and company. In order to make others notice the abnormality in time, they had been constantly flexing and extending their arms. The Antigonus family controls the seer pathway. This person's powers are similar to the Antigonus family's puppet. He's the mid-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway. It really is him. Klein instantly came to a realization, but there was no Dunsmith to wake him up. The muscles on Sergeant Faxine's face began to squirm in a strange manner, and he quickly turned into a black-haired, blue-eyed gentleman with a handsome face and faint traces of a beard. He said with a smile, "Give me time. This is one of the most difficult powers to deal with below high-sequence beyonders. As he spoke, Klein saw a woman in a black regal dress appear on the oriel window. She walked out of the glass stiffly and slowly. Her pale blonde hair, delicate face, and pale face made her look more like a puppet than a living person. I didn't expect you to be able to hire such a powerful bodyguard. If not for my divination, I might have died here. What did you pay? By the way, I'm Rosago. Rosago didn't look back as he smiled at Klein, but he didn't expect Klein, who was under his control, to speak smoothly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blowing on his neck, causing his hair to stand on end and goosebumps to appear. Behind him, there seemed to be an invisible person breathing on his neck. Rosago laughed, raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Pah! A flame suddenly rose behind him, and a transparent shadow burned fiercely, quickly turning into ashes. In Klein's vision, these movements were broken down into blocks of images. It wasn't that the other party had slowed down, but that his thoughts were becoming more sluggish. He's already controlling me. Why doesn't he just kill me? Do villains like to chat? No, he's not a stupid person. He's using chatting to hide something. Klein tried his best to think, searching for the problem, but his thoughts couldn't help but slow down. He looked at Rosago intently, observing every nuance of him. Finally, he saw a figure appear in each of Rosago's eyes. It was a figure formed by pale blonde hair, blue eyes, pale face, and a dark Gothic regal dress. And at this moment, the woman was still behind Rosago, still near the oriel window. She walked over haltingly, like a puppet being manipulated. He hasn't really controlled her yet. She's still trying hard to resist and struggle. They're in a constant tug-of-war in the domain of mysticism. I need to do something to tip the balance. Klein turned his attention to the language of foulness charm in his left hand. The cold, slippery feeling was sinister. He was glad that he hadn't let down his guard and had been in a state of readiness to fight at any moment. All he could do was hurt himself and hurt others. Klein mustered his strength and struggled to speak. His vocal cords seemed to have rotted, and it was difficult for him to move his throat. In a hoarse voice, he chanted the ancient Hermes word with slight hesitation. Filth! As the voice echoed, Klein's left palm felt a corrosive pain, and he heard the layers of illusory ravings that made him go crazy. This was a state he was familiar with, and it didn't affect his next attempt. That attempt was to inject most of his spirituality into the language of foulness charm. This didn't require the coordination of his body movements. 3 seconds later, the true creator's voice would descend upon the physical world and enter the ears of the living being closest to him. 3. The prelude, noisy, illusory, and evil ravings instantly spread. Klein's scalp went numb and his mind buzzed. He felt his blood vessels constantly throbbing, and he could no longer focus his thoughts. Rosago, who was only a coffee table away from him, suddenly had a dazed expression. His face puffed up, and the figure of the woman in his eyes suddenly became clear. 2. The pale woman in the black regal dress behind him sped up, but she immediately frowned and revealed a pained expression. At that moment, Klein felt the effects weaken as he wished. He found his thoughts flowing again, and he realized that his joints were once again filled with lubricant. Having been tested by the ravings for a long time, he endured the madness and pain, and he threw the language of foulness charm in his left palm at Rosago. 1. The iron-black talisman with many symbols and sinister patterns melted. Rosago had just regained some of his composure, and was about to pounce to the side when he saw a thick darkness and heard a murmur that contained a lot of knowledge and extreme madness. No human could describe this voice. All the blood vessels in Rosago's head bulged as if they were about to explode. He tumbled to the ground, twisting and struggling as his skin cracked open inch by inch, revealing the flesh underneath. At the same time, Klein, who hadn't directly heard the true creator's voice, and the lady with pale blonde hair and blue eyes fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pain. They each let out a tragic cry, as though someone had pierced their sun acupoints with an iron rod. Their eyes were bloodshot, and bright red liquid dripped from their noses. They couldn't see anything, nor could they sense the world around them. The experienced Klein was the first to recover. He staggered and struggled to stand up, and he saw Rossigo tear apart his clothes and peel off his skin, revealing all his flesh and meridians. He was like a legendary red monster that had been skinned. He kept rolling and groaning in pain, as though he was about to lose control. Klein didn't wait for the outcome, because he couldn't bear the possibility of Rossigo gaining benefits and becoming a devout believer of the true Creator. He believed that the evil god was definitely filled with anger at him. Pulling out his revolver and adjusting the firing mechanism, Klein took 2 steps forward, circled to the coffee table, and pressed the muzzle against Rossigo's head. Bang! 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 Dressed in a black double-breasted frock coat, he stared at his enemy and fired 5 shots in a row. He watched as his head swelled up and tilted back, and then his head exploded. Red, white, and black matter splattered all over the ground. "Captain, thank you for your demonstration in the past." Klein lowered his revolver, panted heavily, and smiled. In front of him, Rossigo's headless corpse swayed and fell back beside the sofa. It was only then that the woman in the black Gothic regal dress slowly stopped screaming. Her rolling and struggling movements also slowed down, but her skin seemed to become a lot more transparent. Seeing that the flesh on Rossigo's corpse was still squirming, Klein didn't hesitate to take out a requiem charm that he had made himself and use it. Amidst the calm and peaceful feeling, the corpse finally came to a stop. Seeing this scene, Klein had a thought, took out another charm, and chanted softly, "Crimson!" Then, he injected some spirituality and threw the talisman at his bodyguard, at the pale-faced woman with pale blonde hair. A power that could put one to sleep rippled out, and the woman, who had yet to shake off the lingering effects of the voice, suddenly fell silent and fell asleep. Klein didn't feel at ease, so he added another slumber charm, afraid that it would disturb his next attempt. 15. Minsk Street regained its peace at night. This time, nothing was damaged, but the ground was contaminated, as the contest between the 3 parties was strange and secretive. Looking at Rossigo's corpse and the sleeping bodyguard, Klein said in a self-deprecating manner, "There are benefits to courting death often. There are benefits to courting death often. At the very least, you can gain some immunity." He didn't quickly attempt a mediumship ritual, because Rossigo had been contaminated by the true Creator, and directly mediumship was equivalent to suicide. But this didn't mean that Klein didn't have a solution. He planned on mediumship above the gray fog and bring Rossigo with him. With his current level of spirit body, even with the reinforcement of Aztec's copper whistle, he was unable to move the portable camera, much less a corpse that was several times heavier. However, mediumship wasn't mediumship with the corpse, but the remnant spirituality of the other party. Klein took out a candle and quickly set up a ritual. He summoned himself, responded to himself, and transformed into a special spirit body. After becoming a spirit body, he saw Rossigo's vague remnant spirituality and realized that his Miss Bodyguard's physical state was somewhat strange. It was quite similar to his current state but also very different. Klein didn't waste time thinking. He carried Aztec's copper whistle, wrapped Rossigo's remnant spirituality, and went above the gray fog. After conjuring the corresponding ritual items and setting up a simple altar, Klein quickly began the mediumship ritual. During this process, he was surprised to discover that he didn't need to pray to anyone. He could directly mediumship, just like a real spirit medium. Phew! Is this my special authority in the mysterious space above the gray fog? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he recited the divination statement. Chapter 253. The Potion Formula for the Seer Pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and attempted to channel the spirit using dream divination. In the gray, illusory world, a gas lamp suddenly lit up, illuminating the stone slabs on the ground and the desk with a scroll of parchment. After the seer and clown formulas flashed, Rosago, wearing a shirt with fluffy cuffs, stood by the side, listening to a voice that came from an unknown location. Before advancing, I have to remind you that you've been relying too much on divination recently. Divination is a revelation, a result. It can't tell us the process. For example, if you divined whether a railway stock would make money, the answer you received was yes, so you invested all your money. But in fact, the true meaning of the revelation is that in the long run, in 30 years, this railway stock will make money, and before that, the fall will outweigh the rise. Fate isn't that easy to grasp. Most of the time, there's no way to determine or quantify it. Divination isn't omnipotent. In addition, divination can also be interfered with and misled. There are too many things in this world that you can't understand. If you completely rely on divination, you'll definitely die because of it in the future. Divination is a revelation, and it has to be matched with one's own caution, prudence, and restraint. Rosago died at my hands because the language of foulness involved the mysterious space above the gray fog, preventing him from divining the corresponding danger. Otherwise, with his strange abilities, Miss Bodyguard and I would have been dead. This is also a reminder for me. Even if I have the gray fog to isolate the interference, I can't be careless. No matter how certain my actions are, I have to leave some leeway. From these words, it seems like they didn't know about the acting method back then. Otherwise, some of the words could be summarized as reverence for fate. As his thoughts raced, Klein heard Rosago's answer. He unfolded the parchment. Sequence 7, Magicians. Main ingredients: 1 piece of the true root of a mistrayant, all the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. Supplementary materials: 60 milliliters of pure water, 30 milliliters of mist ants juice, 3 g of watery gem powder, 4 drops of psychedelic grass essential oil. Magicians. They're also part of a circus. Together with seers and clowns, they can form the big three of the circus. Klein lampooned before recalling the suited clown he had previously encountered. He seemed to be a magician. His abilities seemed to include the snap of his fingers, air bullet, flame jump, paper soldiers. Not bad. Just the ability to cast spells quickly would greatly increase my combat strength. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Klein saw the scene change. This time, it was a magnificent room, surrounded by all kinds of golden sculptures and decorations. It was the same voice from before, and it was the same reminder. According to my experience, after consuming this faceless potion, you have to remember one thing. You can disguise as anyone, but you can only be yourself. Faceless man? The sequence 6 of the seer pathway is faceless? This should be the beyonder power that allowed Rosago to transform into Sergeant Faxine. From the looks of it, the fake detective's reel was also played by him. Creeping hunger allows Zillings to transform into different people, which matches this beyonder power very well. From the looks of it, a certain faceless died at his hands. This power doesn't increase the level of a head-on battle, but in many situations, it's more useful than 90% of a beyonder power. It's no wonder Rosago dared to come here to kill and wasn't afraid of falling into a trap. This power is very important to me. With this in mind, Klein subconsciously widened his eyes. He saw Rosago pick up a thin golden page with many Hermes words written on it. Sequence 6, Faceless. Main ingredients: 1,000-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland, characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. Supplementary materials: 80 milliliters of 1,000-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. 1,000-faced hunter? This seems to be a type of dragon. It's not a particularly powerful type. It shouldn't be a psychic dragon, but it's still very rare and close to extinction. Klein instantly recalled the corresponding mysticism knowledge. At this moment, the scene in front of him hadn't changed, but Rosego's clothes and position had. He was wearing a white wig and a dark tuxedo, and his face was covered with a thick beard. The advancement this time isn't as simple as before. The potion has to be consumed in conjunction with the ritual. Once it succeeds, you will obtain one of the most difficult Beyonder powers to restrain below high sequence Beyonders. The person who spoke had changed, his voice sounding even older. Rosego asked expectantly, "What ceremony?" "Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and consume the magic potion while listening to her singing." The old man who spoke opened an ancient book with countless mysterious symbols. The surface of the book suddenly glowed as lines of ancient Hermes appeared in midair. Sequence 5. Marionettist. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly felt a headache. This was a sign that his spirituality was nearing depletion. In the previous battle, just the language of foulness charm had consumed most of his spirituality. Later, not only did he use 3 charms from the Evernight goddess's domain, but he had also summoned and responded to himself. The fact that he could last until now meant that he had made great progress from the past. He had made great progress in digesting the clown potion. As the scene flickered and shook, on the verge of shattering, Klein forcefully held on and scanned the remaining contents of the formula. Main ingredients: dust of an ancient wraith, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 10 grams of bark from a dragon-patterned tree, remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith, 1 pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle. Advancement ritual: consume the potion while listening to the mermaids singing. Gotcha. Klein no longer held on, allowing the dream to dissipate into countless illusory points of light. He pinched his forehead and nearly fainted. At the same time that Rosego's remnant spirituality and the slight feeling of madness were annihilated, he was pushed back into the real world by an invisible force. The ground that was covered in blood, brain matter, hair, and all sorts of debris reflected in Klein's eyes. He bent down and retched twice to sober up a little. Without spirituality, one would directly exit the mysterious space above the gray fog. Klein looked around and found that Miss Bodyguard was still asleep. He hurriedly extinguished the candles and packed up the items related to the ritual. Then, he panted heavily. After a moment of rest, he finally recovered a little of his spirituality. At this moment, a cold wind blew at his neck, causing him to shiver and his thoughts to stiffen. Klein suddenly turned his head and looked at the oriel window again. He saw that Miss Bodyguard, who was dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, had already woken up and was floating up. Her pale blonde hair and pale face seemed to have dimmed a little. Her entire body became more illusory, and her skin became somewhat translucent. Klein hurriedly explained according to the excuse he had long thought of. After I blew up his head, I found that his body was still squirming. Because I was afraid that he would turn into a zombie, I quickly used all the charms on me. I was very nervous and flustered, and I might have implicated you. This is probably the risk that the divination revealed earlier. If she's dissatisfied and thinks that I attacked her, then I'm doomed. Klein thought with some trepidation. This true feeling made his performance even more perfect. Miss Bodyguard looked down at herself and said in an erratic tone, "What charm was it at the beginning? I bought a black ear at the gathering for 400 pounds. It was said that I could hear the voice of a great being. If I was lucky enough, I would gain a lot of benefits. If I was unlucky, I would die on the spot. I couldn't hire a bodyguard back then, and with such a dangerous situation, I could only take a gamble. The outcome wasn't bad," Klein answered with absolute truth. "After I heard the voice of a great being, the black ear shattered by itself and turned into this charm." Miss Bodyguard's blue eyes slowly swept across him. The room was silent, and there was a frozen silence. Finally, the lady in the black regal dress nodded. "You'd better find a psychiatrist." "Does she mean that I've already become a potential lunatic?" Yes, she guessed that it was a relic of a listener, and she also understood that Rosego's spirituality must have been corrupted by the true creator. She wouldn't suspect that I deliberately put her to sleep and took the opportunity to channel her spirit. This also explains why I was able to escape the influence of the ravings faster than her. After all, I'm a potential lunatic, created by the true creator. Klein curled the corners of his mouth. Let's quickly clean up the scene. Perhaps the people from MI9 will come over to take a look. He pointed at Rosego's headless corpse. As he spoke, Klein put on his gloves, approached, squatted down, and quickly searched for the relic. He quickly found more than 10 pounds in cash, some essential oils and herbal powder, 2 crudely cut paper dolls, and a strange piece of paper. The paper was orange in color. On it, there were symbols corresponding to the sun and magic labels, circled out a blank rectangle. Just holding it in his hand made him feel warm and secure. What is this? Klein did not hide his confusion. At some point in time, Miss Bodyguard had floated behind him and replied simply, a mystical item corresponding to a notary. Notary? Klein was stunned at first, but then he recalled that Rosego was an intelligence agent in the Republic of Intis. They believed in the eternal blazing sun, the god of steam and machinery, and the eternal blazing sun was also the god of contracts. Is this the sequence 6 or 5 of the Bard pathway? Notarization is effective. Beyonder powers will be temporarily enhanced. Notarization is ineffective. Beyonder powers will be forcefully dispersed. Miss Bodyguard didn't explain further as she roughly described the effects. Just as Klein was about to speak, he suddenly saw Rosego's headless body and blood and brain matter emit specks of dark light. They attracted each other and condensed into a blob, turning into a completely black eye without a pupil. What's this? Klein feigned ignorance and asked again. Something of no value. Miss Bodyguard maintained her unique way of speaking. Of no value? Klein asked with a frown. He actually understood what Miss Bodyguard meant. Normally speaking, if Rosego eventually lost control, he would leave behind a strange and terrifying sealed artifact. If not, his Beyonder characteristics could be used as the main ingredient of a Sequence 5 Nimblerite Master Potion. In short, they would be of high value. But the problem was that he didn't lose control, and he had been corrupted by the true creator. Thus, he became the main ingredient of a potion with an evil god's mark. Using it to concoct a Nimblerite Master Potion, Klein believed that it was suicide by consuming poison. Miss Bodyguard looked at the completely black eye and said in a low and ethereal voice, "It has been corrupted by an evil god. It has been corrupted by evil gods and has no value anymore. If it's really of value, and if it's very valuable, I'll have to worry if you'll finish me off in passing." Klein pointed at Rosego's relic and said, "This is our shared spoils of war. These are our shared spoils of war. Each of us can take some. You go first." Miss Bodyguard turned her head and glanced at him. Without saying a word, she floated over and took the notarial deed. Chapter 254. Just as Klein's fingers touched the completely black eye, his ears began to hallucinate as his head throbbed with pain. But at the same time, something strange appeared in his field of vision. It was countless black illusory threads. They spread out from Miss Bodyguard and himself, from every part of their bodies, piercing through the void and into infinity. This was a terrifying scene that could make a person with trypophobia faint. Klein suddenly gritted his teeth, unable to withstand the feeling of being corroded and corrupted. He placed the completely black eye into the iron cigar case. Everything returned to normal, and his negative state was alleviated. Only then did Klein have the energy to make a guess. Is that the essence of a marionettist's Beyonder powers? To be able to see and control certain threads between a person's body and spirit? Unfortunately, it's corrupted and the side effects are too great. It can't be used as a mystical item, for the time being. I won't consider attempting to purify it above the gray fog. This is the second time I've provoked the true creator there. It's very likely that he will be prepared to find me. When that happens, I probably won't even be able to revive. I'll first learn and grasp the relevant knowledge before making a decision. Phew. He exhaled, and after Miss Bodyguard chose the simple paper figurine and the corresponding materials, he bent down to pick up the 13 pounds, 5 soldi and 8 pence in cash. Then, he looked at Rosego's headless corpse and the bloodstains all over the ground. Feeling a headache, he said, "Let's clean up the scene." The pale blonde Miss Bodyguard floated beside him and said calmly, "Let's clean up the scene. Let me do it." "You do it?" Half stunned and half puzzled, Klein stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look over. Miss Bodyguard drifted over to Rosego's side, squatted down, and lay down on the corpse. She slowly sank into it. She had become one with the corpse. Rosego's corpse's fingers flicked twice, and the surrounding blood, brain matter, and fragments flowed backward, forming a new head at the neck. However, this head was covered in countless crisscrossing cracks, like a disgusting toy pieced together from tiny fragments. It was like glass that had been cracked but didn't immediately shatter. There was blood and brain matter flowing inside, and there was a faint reflection from a pistol bullet. Klein could not help but take a step back. He felt that this was one of the scariest images in all the horror stories. Rosego's body rose to its feet, picked up the police cap, and half covered its face, and the murder scene around it was clean, without a trace. Unparalleled professionalism, Klein praised in his heart. He watched as Miss Bodyguard rode the corpse, covered her face with a soft hat, and walked steadily to the door. He subconsciously reminded her, "Don't worry. Don't take the carriage, and don't walk in places with bright street lights. That would frighten the coachman and the pedestrians." Miss Bodyguard did not pause and completely ignored his word. Suddenly, Klein thought of something. He thought of something he had overlooked before and quickly added, "When you come back, go to the Rice police station, Sergeant Faxine's house, or look around Minsk Street for Rosego's original clothes." Rosego had come in a police uniform, and the faceless powers clearly only involved himself, so where were his previous clothes? He couldn't have been wearing a police uniform the entire night. If MI9 and the police find Rosego's clothes nearby, and I'm not injured, things will be a little troublesome. Miss Bodyguard isn't a powerhouse belonging to a legal beyonder team. For an ordinary detective to pay £1,000 to hire a bodyguard is enough to arouse suspicion. Klein kept thinking, wanting to plug all the loopholes in the matter ahead of time. Just as he was about to use his divination powers to help Miss Bodyguard find Rosego's original clothes and return the missing police uniform, Rosego's corpse paused and replied in a voice that sounded like it was grinding against rust, "I'm sorry. I know." She sounds very confident. Right, Miss Bodyguard's state is between a physical body and a spirit body, and the principle of divination is that an astral projection roams the spirit world. So, she can divine based on her instincts. Klein came to a realization and didn't say anything else. He handed her the cartridge in his revolver and watched Rosego's corpse open the door and leave, closing the door very gently and politely. The spoils of war I chose are the beyonder characteristics corrupted by the true creator. I believe no one can divine it, and even if there is, they would sense the danger ahead of time and wouldn't dare to divine it. Klein walked back to the sofa and sat down, feeling a lingering fear. The battle just now didn't last more than a minute, and it wasn't intense enough to destroy anything, but the hidden turbulence and danger was second only to his experience with Megos and the baby in her womb. Even with the powerful Miss Bodyguard and the language of foulness, he was nearly controlled by Rosego and killed without being able to put up any resistance. The powers of a marionettist are really strange and powerful. According to the law of beyonder characteristics conservation, the beyonder characteristics left behind by Rosego should have included all the main potion ingredients of sequence 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. If it wasn't corrupted by an evil god, Combined with the supplementary ingredients, an ordinary person could directly become a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Of course, this kind of advancement method that relies on luck has long been abandoned by history. This is the most primitive and dangerous method. Advancing step by step according to the sequence is the best method that countless predecessors have verified with their lives. If I can get rid of the corruption of the true creator in the future, I can only use the Beyonder characteristics left behind by Rossigo when I advance from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5. The additional characteristics can make me stronger, just like Captain Klein recalled what had happened, raised his hand to pinch his forehead, and thought about something more important. Rossigo's appearance means that the fight for Helmasuin's manuscript has ended. He doesn't have any charms on him because he used them in the previous battle? To come at such an important time, he should be thinking of diverting attention. MI9 probably didn't expect him to be so bold as to seek revenge under such circumstances. They didn't even send anyone to monitor him and could only passively wait for Rossigo to give them a signal. Rossigo is Bakerland's assistant, so his actions should only be under Bakerland's command. After his death, as long as Bakerland dies as well, then there won't be any hidden dangers. I wonder if the assassination has been carried out or if it was successful. Tonight, due to the fight for Helmasuin's manuscript, the protection around Bakerland will be at its weakest. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Bakerland definitely didn't expect someone to assassinate him. With nothing better to do, Klein took out a coin and recited in a low voice, "Bakerland is dead." Clang! The penny tumbled in the air before falling into Klein's palm, head up. This meant that it was certain. Bakerland is dead? They succeeded? Klein was delighted, and his tense state suddenly relaxed. Without Rossigo's interference, he believed that the result was correct. This matter is finally over. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He slowly leaned back on the sofa and looked out the window at the looming crimson moon with exhaustion and ease. Inside the embassy of the Republic of Intis, 2 military officers were squatting beside Bakerland's corpse, examining the cause of his death. Their companions, their superiors, had already chased after him in an attempt to capture the assassin, but everyone knew that it was already too late. There was no hope. Severe lung damage, suspected to be a disease. The fatal blow was extremely powerful, stronger than any Sequence 5 Beyonders attack I've ever seen. One of the military officers said in a low voice, "Disease? There are obvious traces of flesh magic on the ground and bed, but there aren't any on the walls. As for the sounds and commotion from the battle, they weren't transmitted. Together with the corrosive and annihilating characteristics of that fatal blow, there are at least 4 unrelated Beyonder powers." Another military officer stood up and described the situation as though he was talking to himself. He suddenly paused and exchanged glances with the other military official. They spoke at the same time. At the same time, he said, "Shepard." After a few seconds of silence, the crouching military officer frowned. "Perhaps it's a gang with at least 4 different Beyonders. Then let's wait to be judged. It's normal that we didn't notice a lone Rose Bishop sneaking into the ambassador's side through a secret technique, but how did the other 3 sneak in? That's impossible." The standing military officer denied this guess and said hesitantly, "But I heard that another sequence can create a similar effect. I think it's called Scribe. I don't know which pathway it is, nor do I know which organization it belongs to." The crouching military officer nodded and said, "The Shepherd is the most suspicious. The Aurora Order is a bunch of lunatics, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to do anything. We'll investigate from the identity of the woman who seduced the ambassador. Damn it, the Kingdom of Rouen definitely won't let us investigate ourselves. Those damn lunatics from the Aurora Order deserve to have their asses fucked by donkeys." The standing military officer shook his head in frustration. They would definitely be punished for the assassination of the ambassador. 15 Minsk Street. Klein pretended as though nothing had happened. He endured his exhaustion and flipped through the newspapers. After about 20 minutes, he suddenly saw Miss Bodyguard, who was wearing a black regal dress and had long, pale blonde hair, appear in the oriel window. "Is it done?" Klein asked subconsciously. Miss Bodyguard nodded gently without saying a word. "Phew." Klein thought for a moment and said, "Thank you for your protection. Thank you for your protection. This matter ends here. I'll pay you the remaining £900 in 2 days. As you know, there's a limit to the amount of money you can withdraw. Or should I hand it over to Merrick?" The pale lady opened and closed her mouth. Her voice seemed to penetrate an illusion as it echoed in the air. "Just give it to me. I promise to protect you for 3 days, not once. You really have the spirit of a contract. But this makes it very inconvenient for me. Are you going to follow me to catch me in the act tomorrow? 3 days. Today is Thursday, and it will end on Sunday afternoon. Yes, it won't affect the tarot gathering. Thankfully." Klein rubbed his temples. "All right, how should I address you?" Chapter 255. How stylish. Faced with Miss Bodyguard's answer, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up, revealing an obvious smile. To be able to temporarily resist a nimble right master like Rosago and even form a tug-of-war with him to a certain extent, she's most likely a sequence 5 beyonder. I wonder which sequence she's from. What's the name of the potion? Her state is rather peculiar. If not for her, I wouldn't even have the chance to use the language of foulness. Klein picked up the newspaper beside him and pretended to flip through it, but he was actually thinking. However, he quickly shifted his focus back to the matter of whether there were any loopholes. For example, the tainted beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago had a strong spiritual luster. It was very likely that it couldn't be concealed by the iron cigar case, and it would be directly exposed under the prying eyes of others with spirit vision. Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and looked down at his pocket. He saw a faint color seeping out from the iron cigar case, but it wasn't obvious and was rather thin. This was mixed with the color of his aura, making it difficult to distinguish or detect. That's right. One has to be at least a high-sequence beyonder to be able to see through 2 layers of interference. It's no wonder herbal powder and the corresponding essential oil extract and other ingredients have to be used in metal bottles instead of wooden containers. This is because some of them contain spirituality, and with a high level of spirit vision, one can penetrate the wooden planks and see the color of the aura. Klein suddenly understood some things to take note of in the field of mysticism. In the past, he did things according to the rules and didn't consider why, but now he understood the true meaning behind the rules. After repeatedly confirming that there were no mistakes, Klein put down the newspaper and walked to the 2nd floor. He had originally planned on taking off his clothes and taking a bath to completely relax, but when he thought of how he had Miss Bodyguard at home, he felt a little uncomfortable. He simply washed his face, brushed his teeth, and soaked his feet in hot water. After returning to his bedroom, he took off his coat and hid his items. Klein collapsed onto the bed. As he was too exhausted and had been holding on for quite a while, his mind was rather tense, making it impossible for him to quickly fall asleep. Opening his eyes to look at the crimson moonlight on the ceiling, Klein didn't attempt to use cogitation to fall into a deep sleep. Instead, he aimlessly let his thoughts wander, as though he was riding a horse without the reins. As he thought about it, he quickly noticed a problem because he had encountered too many coincidences in Tingen City, and he later realized that it had something to do with sealed artifact 0-08. The second case after I arrived in Bakeland allowed me to obtain the potion formulas for the next 3 sequences. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Although this matches the revelation I received from my divination, the hope of becoming stronger lies in Bakeland. Isn't it too fast and too simple? Simple doesn't refer to the difficulty, but the degree of twists and turns. This matter is difficult and dangerous, but it's not complicated. It seems simple. According to my expectations, I should have used Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Zio, and her companions to gather intelligence on the secret order and slowly catch the tail of this ancient organization. After many twists and turns, I finally obtained the formula. This should have taken me at least 3 months, but who knew that I would succeed in less than 3 weeks? Don't tell me it was arranged by someone again? Let's review everything from the beginning. It's not a coincidence that the Secret Order and the Republic of Intis have a certain relationship. Roselle the Great's diary indirectly confirms this. The abilities of a seer and a faceless are very suitable for intelligence organizations. It's reasonable and normal for a mid-sequence beyonder of a similar pathway to become the assistant of an intelligence chief like Bakerland. There's no coincidence. When the ambassador sent someone to take revenge on me, he likely had the intention of diverting attention. Sending Rosago, who's the easiest to succeed and also the easiest to escape, was a choice that effectively reduced the risk. It's not surprising. After the detectives Ian knew didn't accept the mission of tailing Zriel, it was quite normal for him to find a new detective from the newspapers. At that time, there weren't many new detectives advertised, and I might even be the only one. Yes, I was the only one in the Bakerland Post. Just as I previously concluded, the problem was that Massault was too rash. I was worried that it wouldn't be easy to disguise myself, and that it would attract attention, so I didn't hide my appearance. Although there's a possibility of being affected on both points, especially the former, it matches the corresponding personality, mentality, and background. Besides, that's not the point. This doesn't explain why the second case I encountered involved a mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway. Destined? That doesn't feel right. Thinking back, after I transmigrated, the first and second cases I was involved in were also related to the seer pathway. Of course, this can be explained by 0-08's arrangement. Right, the Antigonus family's notebook also corrupted the misfortune cloth puppet, showing me the complicated vertical eye symbol that was related to the Antigonus family's treasure. The reason I thought of back then was that after the Antigonus family's bloodline went extinct, it viewed me, a seer who had come into contact with it and was still alive, as its successor. Now that I think about it, this reason was very childish. What if I was a devout believer of the Evernight goddess? However, I only made a guess back then and didn't confirm it. The Antigonus family's treasure is clearly related to the seer pathway. Thinking deeper, why did I transmigrate? Why did I happen to possess Klein's body and not someone else? Back then, Klein happened to undergo a black divination and was controlled by the Antigonus family's notebook to commit suicide. And that notebook is clearly related to the seer pathway. In addition, the first Roselle diary I saw had content about regretting not choosing apprentice, marauder, and seer. That's a very coincidental thing. From beginning to end, apart from the parts that involve 0-08, everything else seems very messy. It doesn't seem like a conscious arrangement. It's closer to a kind of passive attraction. It's mutual attraction, and there's an intermittent attraction. I'm attracting matters and objects related to the seer pathway, and at the same time I'm attracted to them? It's quite strange just thinking about it. This kind of attraction can even indirectly affect fate, preventing Mr. Aztec from noticing it? Do I have any strange characteristics? This characteristic allows me to revive from the dead to a certain extent. With this in mind, Klein immediately had the urge to head above the gray fog to divine to confirm it. However, he quickly rejected this thought, not only because Miss Bodyguard might be watching him in the mirror, but also because he believed that his greatest characteristic was the mysterious space above the gray fog. Therefore, using it to divine himself clearly wouldn't give him an answer. At least from the looks of it, there aren't any obvious signs of manipulation. It's still acceptable if it's just attraction. Besides, I've already chosen my beyonder pathway. There's no way to change it before sequence 4. I'll temporarily take things one step at a time. Yes, I'll first firmly not head to the Hornacis mountain range to search for the Antigonus family's treasure. Heh, I have a feeling that I'll say it's delicious in the future. Klein silently mocked himself. He felt the fatigue that he had recovered gradually surge up, causing his eyelids to close uncontrollably. His last thought before falling asleep was, participate in all kinds of Beyonder gatherings, as well as gather the Beyonder ingredients corresponding to magicians through Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Sunday. I won't reject any faceless. In addition, I'll try my best to get a mystical item that doesn't have serious negative effect. After I'm done digesting it, I'll have more means to protect myself before my strength increases. Other than that, I'll invest, accept commissions, save up money, and search for Lenivas. I'll use him as a starting point for my revenge. It can also be considered practice. This was Klein's future plans. He naturally woke up at 7 in the morning. It was still gloomy and foggy outside. Klein got up and walked to the door. When he passed by the full-body mirror, he saw Miss Bodyguard suddenly appear. She was wearing the same black bonnet, and her face was as pale as ever. Her voice penetrated the glass and drifted into Klein's ears. Last night, someone from MI9 came. Should I say that the police were indeed late? I should thank them for being late. Klein smiled and asked. They didn't discover anything, right? He was very certain of the answer. If MI9 had really discovered something, how could he have woken up naturally? No. Miss Bodyguard's figure faded and disappeared into the mirror. This ability of hers is very powerful. I can't even discover it with my spirit vision. Perhaps I can use the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago to see it? Discover those hidden threads and find Miss Bodyguard? Klein's heart stirred. He returned to the bed and took out the iron cigar case from under his pillow. Just as he held it in his hand, before he could open it, he felt a bone-piercing chill at the back of his neck. His hair stood on end as he trembled. Puff! His hand loosened, and the iron cigar case fell to the ground. This is Miss Bodyguard's warning. Klein laughed dryly and stuffed the iron cigar case into his trouser pocket as though nothing had happened. After washing up and putting on his clothes, he went to the first floor and took out the newspapers he had subscribed to from the box outside the door. Opening the Tussock Times, Klein saw the eye-catching headline. The terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claims responsibility for the murder of Ambassador Intis Bakerland. The results came out so quickly? Furthermore, the Aurora Order had only accepted the commission, so why did they claim responsibility? Terrorist organizations also need to show off and establish their image. Only then can they attract enough fresh blood. This complements their secret missionary work. Mr. A is very powerful. He should be a shepherd. Klein stood in the foyer and read the news in detail. According to the description of the news, there was evidence of the Aurora Order attacking Ambassador Bakerland at the scene, and in the follow-up investigation, they also found a letter that the Aurora Order had deliberately left behind, a letter that claimed responsibility. At the end of the news, the reporter briefly introduced the Aurora Order and listed some of the illegal acts they had committed, instantly making their fame surpass that of most secret organizations. Regardless, the matter has come to an end. Klein exhaled and looked out the window. He saw a thin fog filling the air and sparse rain dripping down. At times like this, shouldn't there be bright sunlight and clear weather to match the scenery? Klein laughed self-deprecatingly. Chapter 256. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey held a white napkin and watched as the maid cut the bacon for her, placed the double-sided well-done omelets, spread jam on the soft bread, and added sauce to the grilled mushrooms. In a real noble family there were many types of maids. In addition to personal maids, there were also maids for different bedrooms, study maids, living room maids, guest room maids, costume maids, shoe maids, jewelry maids, dining maids, laundry maids, kitchen maids, and so on. There was a strict correspondence, with one maid for each task. Although this was a waste of manpower to a large extent, to the nobles, decency was everything. Unless they had a lot of debt, they would not lower their requirements in this aspect. Audrey took a sip of the reddish-brown tea, letting the faint aroma of malt and rose linger in her mouth. At that moment she heard her father, Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords and a powerful banker, mutter into the newspaper in his hand, "The Aurora Order is really crazy." Aurora Order? Audrey blinked and asked curiously, "Did they do anything?" "Oh, baby, you wouldn't want to know. They actually assassinated the Intis ambassador, Bakerland. It doesn't do them any good." Earl of Hall shook his head as he flipped through the newspaper. Audrey's elder brother, the Earl's eldest son, Hibbert Hall, swallowed the roasted mushroom in his mouth and expressed his opinion. "Perhaps they want to destroy the relationship between the kingdom and Intis, allowing the war to spread from the colonies to the northern continent." This noble had a handsome face and brilliant blonde hair. No matter from which angle one looked at him, he had the beauty of a classical sculpture. No, if that's the case, they wouldn't have left so much obvious evidence. Besides, there are too many new policies in the kingdom that are about to be implemented. We need some time to stabilize the environment. We won't start a war rashly. What happened last night was reported in the newspapers this morning. There are details of the process and the specific murderer. It's enough to explain the thoughts of His Majesty and the ministers. The Earl of Hall pointed at his son. Audrey listened to her father and brother discuss this issue in a daze. It took her a while to react. Bakerland was assassinated? Mr. A succeeded? Was he really from the Aurora Order? He purposely exposed that it was the Aurora Order who did it, just to prove that he was the one who did it, and that he wasn't trying to cheat them of the final payment? This is too fast and efficient. I just made the first payment yesterday afternoon, and I heard the result this morning. It's a good result. While Audrey was astonished, there was also an uncontrollable joy, and besides the joy there was also an instinctive fear. The mission entrusted by Mr. Fool's adorer was completed so easily. It was definitely something to be happy about, but the strength and action displayed by Mr. A and the Aurora Order behind him made Audrey subconsciously feel afraid. Fortunately, I've already communicated with Gretlin yesterday and reached a loan agreement. As a viscount, he should have successfully raised the money without attracting attention. I'll pay the final payment to Mr. A in the next 2 days through Zio and Furs. I definitely can't do it myself. I can't attend Mr. A's gatherings for the next 1 or 2 months either. Thankfully, I have other circles. Audrey took a bite of the soft bread with jam in a reserved manner. When breakfast came to an end, a small cake with cream, cherries, and strawberries was placed on her plate. She, who had calmed down, suddenly felt a little complacent. Mr. the Hanging Man still wishes to participate in this mission, but he might have only completed the preliminary mission. It's already over. It's his fault for being at sea. Audrey was in a good mood as she tasted the dessert with a smile. In Hillstonborough, Zio and Furs looked at the newspaper in front of them without doing anything for a long time. This was done by Mr. A, right? Zio looked at her friend in shock and puzzlement. Furs turned the stone bracelet on her wrist and shook her head in confusion. Perhaps. I know about the Aurora Order, but I don't know if Mr. A is a member of the Aurora Order. He should be. After all, we just gave him £2,000 yesterday. There shouldn't be anyone else who wants to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland, Zio said with uncertainty. Furs was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed. Regardless of whether Mr. A did it or not, we have to give him the remaining £8,000. At present, no one can prove that he didn't do it. If we still want to stay in this circle, we can't go back on our word. Anyway, we're not the ones paying. Besides, we still have £500 to pay. As she spoke, Zio suddenly became happy. The problem is that I have a nagging feeling that it'll be very dangerous to look for Mr. A again. Furs pondered. When it's time to pay the final payment, I'll go by myself. That'll be good for both of us. But, Zio was instinctively worried. You'll affect my escape if you follow me, Furs said in a disdainful tone as she shook the bracelet on her wrist. All right, Zio replied helplessly as she scratched her short, coarse blonde hair. Just as the two of them were feeling uneasy about this matter, Mr. A's new message was passed to them through a secret communication channel. He told them not to look for him, but to deposit the remaining balance into several anonymous accounts in different banks. Phew! Zio and Furs heaved a sigh of relief. In a basement that was as spacious as a temple, Mr. A, wearing a hooded black robe, knelt in the darkness and whispered piously. In front of him was a statue that was nearly 3 meters tall. It was a statue of a man whose legs were tied up by chains. This person had a single vertical eye unique to giant. His arms were stretched out horizontally, forming a cross. At this moment, a man in a black robe came in and reported humbly, Mr. A, I've already passed the message. Very good, Mr. A said without turning his head. The black-robed man asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Why don't you let us investigate who commissioned this mission? Mr. A lowered his head and said indifferently, There's no need. You have to remember that this is a critical period. We need to throw the continent into chaos. We need to attract the attention of others as much as possible to welcome the return of the Lord. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, cough. Mr. A suddenly laughed, then coughed violently, coughing so hard that he prostrated himself on the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed out blood-colored fragments, and after these fragments fell to the ground, they were still squirming as if they were alive. The black-robed man immediately lowered his head and pretended not to see anything. After a long while, Mr. A finally calmed down. He crawled forward, his mouth pressed to the ground, and he licked back all the blood-colored fragments he had coughed up. 126 New Year Road, Hillstonborough. The relaxed Klein didn't follow Daraga Gale this time. Instead, he chose his mistress, Erica Taylor, as his target. After all, it required 2 people to have an affair. The beautiful blonde, who had exquisite makeup on, arrived at the Quelag Club in a rental carriage early in the morning. Klein carried a suitcase containing a portable camera and all kinds of disguises and followed her in. Wearing the club's white frost badge on his chest, he asked the delicate maid in charge of reception today, Is there a room to rest in? The maid in a black and white dress smiled politely. Yes, please follow this attendant upstairs. Klein nodded slightly. Under the lead of the red-vested attendant, he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor, just in time to see Erica Taylor enter a lounge by the street. Do you want to see the pedestrians on the street or the tennis court at the back? The red-vested attendant asked attentively. Facing the street, Klein replied, feigning casualness. Under the red-vested attendant's arrangements, his and Erica Taylor's rooms were 2 rooms apart, and he could also see the street outside the club's main entrance. How should I take pictures later? Find an opportunity to sneak in, hide in the room, or climb through the window and climb the pipes outside. Neither of these methods can hide the exaggerated flash, but the latter can disguise me as an outsider secretly taking pictures, so that no one will suspect me and expel me. However, this would be easily detected by Daragu and Erica. Use a charm to put them to sleep? No, that would make the photo less convincing. It has to be a scene from the process. There's only one chance, so I have to take a good enough picture. This isn't my area of expertise. I'm no art master. If it were old Neil, he would definitely try to construct a new ritualistic magic, a ritualistic magic specifically used to hide the flash of the camera. Of course, the goddess might not respond to him. As Klein deliberated over his next move, he saw Miss Bodyguard appear in a silver mirror in the room. She was still wearing the black Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her hair was pale gold, her face was pale, and her features were exquisite. Do you have a way to hide the flash of the camera? Klein asked casually. Just as he said that, he He saw the surface of the silver mirror ripple as a slightly transparent palm suddenly extended out. Miss Bodyguard crawled out of the silver mirror like a ghost and walked in front of Klein. She nodded slightly and said, "Sure." She bent down and leaned over, slowly fusing into the camera's lens. Klein looked at this horrifying scene with his mouth slightly agape. It took him a long time to snap to his senses. He picked up the portable camera and tried taking a picture in his lounge. The effect was better than he expected. The flash was limited to the vicinity of the lens, and the image was rather good. Perhaps it should be called a paranormal camera now. Klein lampooned as he took the camera, came to the window, and waited patiently. Before long, he saw Daraga Gale arrive in a carriage. On the other side, Erica Taylor also saw her lover. She hurriedly left the lounge and went to the first floor to welcome him. Seizing the opportunity, Klein used his tarot cards to open the door to her room and carefully hid in the cupboard where the extra bed sheets and blankets were placed. The surrounding darkness reminded him of last night, the strange and terrifying Nimble Right Master Rosago.